Hello, and welcome to Pale Reflections, a proud member of the Doof Network, where we reflect on Wildbow's most runaway work as it releases. I'm Elliot Diebold, and unfortunately Reuben is still away, so it's just going to be me and our two lovely guests, Jay and Megafire. So welcome back, I guess, to both of you.
Hey,
Yeah, it's my third time this time.
I'm Jay Maniac, a part-time YouTuber, full-time live reader, and returning guest to Pale Reflections.
And I'm Megafire. I occasionally write essays on the Reddit, and I run my own live read on the Doof Discord.
Yeah, that's true. I think the two of you have the two biggest live reads on our Discord by a fair margin too.
Yeah.
So I guess let's get into a bit of an arc summary, because this was, as is standard now, a long one. And yeah, like we've got 21.1. It was a Lucy chapter, and as always, it's one of those ones where you're like, oh, I'm surprised this was this arc, because this is just after the Kenneteers were exiled from Kennet. Their world is turned upside down, and they regroup on a path where the weight of the world is literally hanging over their heads. They find a cute little bar, talk out. I want to say their plans, but that feels like feels like a strong word for what they had at the start of this arc. They had kind of vibes, but they eventually decide to commit to fighting Charles, and then go visit the Garricks and just immediately ruin their entire setup and have to run away again.
21.2. The gang braves the uncanny horrors of old goblin variants and 70-degree winters while spying on Lucy's grandparents and getting a message back to Jazz. They discover that here in sunny California, it's bring your kid to make high-pressure diplomatic decisions day every day. Finally, desperate for some peace and quiet and compulsory mandatory fashionable photo shoots, they settle down at the Ted residence.
Then in 21.3, Avery and Verona have a nighttime Insomniacs Anonymous meeting, as you do, before gathering their crack legal team to discuss the ethics of shooting deer.
And 21.4 kind of kicks off from that vibe. Lucy's feeling very homesick, which is kind of a recurring trend at this point in the arc. They're all feeling that. But luckily, Avery's here to remind her that things can always get worse by taking her to that fun, like, cyberpunky path. They play some dress-ups with Liberty while they're there. You know, there's a really cool doppelganger that escapes. Still don't know what that was about. And all the goblins even make it out alive. They make it to Ottawa. We see a really cool council, and the Kenneteers make a bunch of friends using the enemy my enemy technique. They also literally make a great friend, Percival, who has many titles, first and foremost of which is that he was crafted at 2:39 on the 29th of December 2020 by three sets of hands. Are you
going to keep doing this?
Yeah, no, thanks for cutting me off.
21.5. The Alabaster Challenge begins, and she immediately cashes her metaphysical checks just to fuck up the game. We set stakes, flashback to the Otherverse's most ethical lawyer squad, not a very difficult game, to debate the merits of democracy as a system of government, and then flash forward again to argue 3 points while Charles tries not to go even more crazy.
Yeah, high bar on the most ethical lawyer squad. In 21.6, the two other points are delivered, and with John by her side, Lucy kicks off hunting season. We cut to some Ottawan practitioners discussing the situation. Also, we see some of the Carmine contest, including a lovely squirrel who is really cool and says nothing weird at all.
I mean, that's technically true. She sings it.
True.
21.7 is a Lucy / interlude chapter. We kind of see the various aspects of the aftermath of this first de-deering of the arc. The Bjorg man gets a bit spooked by the change in Alabaster. Nicolette gets bowled over by it. Jen still wants to fuck her cousin, and Y is kind of doing the bare minimum, which, like, honestly, half of those are about par for the course, so not that much has changed, but some things have. Charles and Marisica also debrief on what the Kenneteers have done, and Charles, travels to the Alabaster's domain to meet the Kenneteers, and, he tells them now he's going to be mean for reals. Like, he really means it this time.
Yeah, how many is that now?
It's going to be 3 or 4.
Yeah. No, this time I'm gonna take it seriously.
I mean it for realsies, you guys.
21.8. Lucy hangs out with some dogs and also Guillermo, so I don't know why she's feeling homesick. That's pretty normal for her. The gang takes an out-of-town call about assassinating a historical relic, and then decides to make a few calls into town while Bree eats a god. Apparently things have gone to shit, so they decide to rush the Orem contest.
And in 21.9, Avery and Lucy chat about relationships, while Verona is otherwise occupied. And then Avery calls Nora. They get some info from the people Zed sent into Kennet, and with Guillermo's help, put the screws to Freeman. They head back to the Garrix, and Verona called Sheridan a loser. Avery outlines their new strat, weaponizing their internal feelings of not measuring up.
Which, that was such a good moment.
Yeah.
And so 21.10 basically picks up from that new idea. Verona has been given her task by Avery, and so she puts on her Avery hat, begins figuring out a new way to fuck with Charles. She talks to Clem about it, kind of comes up with a bunch of possibilities only to rule them out until she gets a new private space, has a brainwave, and gets Lucy and Jude to join her on a bit of a recruitment drive. They tour all the lovely practitioner families in the area before Verona reveals Lucy's job, which is to make this moot that she's setting up actually go well. From the tour, I just wanted to give a shout out to Easton for gracing us with his lack of presence, and obviously, getting Macaulay saved and being a dick to Grayson was a highlight too.
I swear this chapter was written just for me. Like a bunch of shitty practitioner families. I was like, oh my god.
It was a grand tour, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Especially like Mrs. Ferguson continues to stand out for me in that spectrum as just like a very different flavor of bad parenting to someone like just classically abusive like Grayson or Easton's parents. I love Mrs. Ferguson as just a different kind of no, not that energy.
Yeah, she exists specifically to annoy me. Because, like, she straddles that line between abusive and just kind of annoying that I can't just, I don't have to go in on her with the same energy I do on others, but at the same time, she's bad enough that I can't just ignore her. So I have to say something every time she pops up, and it's just like, damn it.
She's also, I think the worst part is that we're really getting a clear sense of that she's actually a really good practitioner too,
Mhm.
which makes it even, I don't know, makes it like the fact that she's actually really good at her job just makes it more frustrating that she keeps giving so much of her attention to this motherly pursuit that I think, just does not warrant the amount of attention she's giving it.
Yeah, she's like competent politically and stuff. I think that Soul just needs to get more creative with with how he's rebelling, because he makes the comment of like, how do you rebel when you can explode from age 6? And I think there are more creative ways. I think you can piss her off.
He and Verona need to keep DMing because if anyone's going to help him on that front, like she'll have it covered.
Soul for what is it like? How many kind of tiers are we at now? Like 7?
I just keep saying 4th because I lost track. I think there's probably like 15 Kinetiers at this point.
Well, but with Soul, you've got to count Raquel for the on team tension.
You got to have that inter-team romance.
21.11. The gang are preparing to ship out to their moots. Kelsey tags along. With Avery in a bad place, Avery's Avery, Jude, fulfills her role and gets the Kennetiers talking, and Avery is able to lean on the other two for a sense of hope. Lucy is almost gainsaid by Charles, but is saved by the real heroes of the story, Anne Wint and Musser Sr.
Yay.
Yay! Whoa!
I mean, sorry, this was the best part of the weird vibe of like every time Grayson would kind of be on side or something, it just felt so wrong. But also, it was like, no, he's saying the right thing right now. So like,
Yeah,
yes.
I just felt everyone pause and be like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, exactly. The weird bedfellows energy from that whole moot was fucking fantastic.
Yeah, especially when not Anthem, although we'll get to that later. But when Abraham Sr. first shows up and is like, "Ah, yeah, I'm Abraham Sr. and I, with my great establishment and power, say that I'm Lucy's protected from this gainsaying." You're like, "Excuse me."
Yeah, it's like, thanks, I guess. Like,
It's
yeah,
also
sure.
interesting. Did anyone else find it like? I guess he had his chance to get his licks in and completely like fucked it up. But did anyone else find it weird that there's like no real bad blood? It seems from between like the Mussers and the Kenneteers, even though the Kenneteers completely like ruined his son's life. Like, I guess that's not like weird.
I mean, he did it
but, like,
first.
that's true. But like they also like ruined the Musser's reputation and
Yeah.
legacy as a family.
Well, but it's not good business to hold on to grudges, right? You know, if their star is rising, you know, the way forward might be peace.
I see. Anyways, to continue with the summary. Miss was already mad at Charles, but now all of these practitioners in her space are just making her madder. She puts that matter right in Lucy's hands.
Oh my god. Then in 21.12, we stay with Lucy for a little bit, because in a flashback, the Kenneteers define their new model for understanding how the judges work and how the mood might fix that. In the present, Lucy and Anthem beat down Grayson and Musser to win a point for democracy.
Great fight scene.
Yeah.
But yeah, so then after that, it's 21.13, which was a .all chapter. We start with like the Duba duo, the Goofers, Avery and Verona. They say goodbye to Kelsey and they head into their confrontation with the Aurum, or so they think. Before they get there, they do run into some of, you know, Marcy's mates, and they, you know, almost go to the Abyss, but they manage to just get out in time and they make it to the Aurum's territory. Not. Turns out he's playing chicken and they decide to play along. And then we also cut back to the moot for a little bit, and Lucy kind of turns talk of awakening children and rules around that into an attack on Kira Lynn and all her friends.
21.14. Anne ruthlessly destroys a perfectly ordinary family and finally has the excuse to bully a bunch of kids in good conscience, forcing the red heron kids to, of course, choose between being practitioners and being innocents. Avery, meanwhile, is experiencing a neat new economy under Marisica. As Verona and Avery think they're doing well, we get a reminder that it's hunting season.
Yes, a reminder that I'm sure we'll be talking about a bit more later in this chapter, in this episode. Actually, I should say, usually in these episodes, we try to avoid talking about any of the next arc that might be out when we're recording it. I think 22.2 is out as we're recording this. I think some of the stuff we'll touch, the way we're going to talk about the Avery stuff will be clear. So if you're listening to this in the future or whatever, and you haven't read 22.2 yet, you know, what we talk about with regards to Avery will probably give you some little clues as to what happens in that chapter regarding her. So apologies in advance. Maybe read that before listening to this.
On behalf of all of you, I accept that those apologies, because I also haven't read 22.2. I didn't have enough time this morning. So if you don't accept those apologies and we disagree, sorry.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, apologies to you too, Jay. I did just want to say, so though, in response to your 21.14 summary as well. So this is our first ever, I think, back-to-back .all chapters, which felt like a really neat way to end off our arc where the Kenneteers faded back into each other's banners. Like it was we really sort of rounded out that vibe by seeing all of them, you know, at their best till towards the end for one of them. Yeah, I just thought that was cool. We didn't really get a proper interlude necessarily in this arc, but we got to see, you know, all three of the Kenneteers kind of kicking ass in their own way right at the end.
Yeah, that actually brings up something interesting, because throughout the story we've heard mentioned that they would be most powerful when they work together. And they've been
Yeah.
mostly separate, and we haven't really touched on that. We haven't really noticed that they've been weaker because they haven't been working together. Like, they've all surpassed new heights pretty much every arc, each of them. So I don't think we realized what that meant for them to be stronger when they were working together. But now that they're together again, Jesus Christ. They pulled out some absurd nonsense this arc, and it was amazing.
Yeah, I think Zed said it pretty well when they rocked up to his place after killing the Aurum, which I think he just said something like "Holy shit, guys," which about sums it up.
Yeah. Speaking of killing the Alabaster, the Alabaster's dead. Long live the Alabaster. Uh, what does it mean to kill like an old Alabaster, like really old, like this in a thematic sense? What does the new one represent? That sort of thing. Because man, that was a thematically rich chapter.
Yeah, and I think one of the responses that I really liked to it was I think it was a chapter or two later, Paris, or a representative of Paris called the Kenneteers and was kind of
Mm-hmm.
like, "Yo, what the fuck." Um, and Avery kind of called out that it's like, seems weird that they're getting a call about this, but Charles's shit is seemingly getting a bit of a pass outside of the region. And so, like, you're talking about how killing the Alabaster as an old thing works thematically, and I think that that's really important because, like, Charles represented this kind of civil war in Ontario, but I think most people outside still don't really expect that his revolution will amount to anything apart from just like a different flavor of the seal. Whereas the Kennedy is actually doing things like killing the Alabaster, sends this message of like, no, we're really trying to change stuff. So like, ironically, they do get more attention than Charles because I think people look at Charles's bloody revolution and say, this sort of shit always ends up with the same kinds of people in power, just new ones. Whereas killing something like the Alabaster is like a sign of real change that they're trying to enact.
Yeah, it's also Charles. It also says that Charles's whole shtick is maybe more localized, whereas killing the Alabaster is like destroying some ancient relic or something. Something that might have people a little bit more upset just because there's more historical value to it.
Right, yeah, because she predated, well, the seal from memory, like she predated colonization seemingly, so like she was representative of much more ancient stuff than even the seal in the area seemingly.
I'm not sure if she predated the seal or was like the first manifestation of the seal in the area, but I think either way, it's kind of similar in
Sure.
tone. Like she's a very old thing, and I mean we've gotten hints that she defined what it is to be a judge in this region, which I think is really interesting. I don't know if you've sort of touched on this in the podcast, but we have packed dice documents about the Alabaster, and the whole thing about you can travel a day to be in the Alabaster's territory, or you can travel a day to be in the territory. That's an Alabaster rule, and
Yeah.
so to me that kind of signifies that the Alabaster is the prototype that all of the judges of this region are sort of built around.
Yeah.
She's the first one, and then the other roles are kind of based off of her. So removing her in that context might mean that some of the fixtures of judgment in this area could change.
And yeah, we have seen her guide all the other ones, like from the recruitment process on. Even she's always been there very early.
Yeah, because she knows how this process works. Because like she is this process. Like that's one of the things that like the Aurum and the Carmine in the sort of interludes that we got from them, like the old Carmine, both sort of said is like if anyone just embodies this idea of what a judge is, it's the Alabaster. Like she is this process, and she's almost entirely embodied by it. It's like the metaphor of like a fish not knowing what water is. Like they almost can't see entirely what she represents because it's so natural. It's so embedded into the system that the judges are built off of.
Yeah, and on that note, like the Kenneteers come up with their way of thinking about the judges and what each one of them represents. And the Alabasters is the one we've had the longest. Like the fact that there's always a safe haven to find somewhere. But I don't think that's what this Alabaster ended up really representing at this point in the story. Because it's what she advertised herself as. It was her PR campaign. But as an institution, like institutions aren't really defined by what they claim they do or what they have been called into being to do. Institutions are defined by what they end up actually doing. And I think the whole trial leading up to her death was all about how she wasn't
Yeah,
doing the whole offering sanctuary bit properly anymore. As with most long term institutions, a lot of effort starts going into preserving the institution itself instead of doing any of the things it ostensibly exists for.
yeah. She was doing she was quiet quitting the job. She was doing the minimum amount she needed to kind of get away with it. I remember that was sort of one of the big things that they talked about, and I think we did talk a lot about it on the podcast. But like the comparison that just felt natural to me there was like the welfare system, at least how it exists here in Australia, where it kind of like there's so many like little so many rules and so much bureaucracy around it that it kind of like it doesn't help as many people as it really could. And see, that thing where it spends $10 million to prevent giving away an extra $5 million to people who may not need it. And that sort of felt like the comparison that the Alabaster brought up to me. It's just this uh, thing that was a charity that was spending more on advertising than it was on actually giving money to people who need it.
Yeah, but I mean, we have the idea of like she's quiet quitting, but like I don't know if that works because she's not she's trying to uphold herself, but she's not really trying to uphold her institution, nor is she really being all that quiet. Like there's a big question that my library sort of circled around, and I'm not sure how much this matters, but I wanted to sort of get your thoughts on like how much it matters and what you think the answer might be. Is like how much is the Alabaster choosing to support Charles versus how much did Charles just like how much is the Alabaster just a computer program that Charles found the cheat code in um, to like win the Alabaster's support? And I don't know if that has like a conclusive answer, but either way, like what was the cheat code or what was the Alabaster's motivation? Do either of you have thoughts on that?
I think the robot comparison jumps out to me as interesting because I would assume that if you were sort of thinking of her as an automaton or whatever who kind of was just sticking to certain rules, then it's very interesting that they weren't very good Alabaster rules. Um, like you'd kind of expect an other with less free will, I guess it would be the term, to maybe adhere better to the role that they seemingly fulfill. Um, so I tend to give her more credit as an individual because she was seemingly making the decision to step away from what her role was intended to do.
Yeah, in that sense, she was almost more judge than Alabaster, which is weird because she's the Alabaster judge. But I still think of her mostly as an institution,
Yeah.
which means I've kind of depersonalized her in that sense. Like the thing that's driving her is momentum. Like she's built up her own patterns to such an extent that she's boxed herself in, and she can't even conceive of the idea of changing at that point. I'm not sure if any of you watch Philosophy Tube,
No.
I do.
but she recently did a video about how the British health service is just completely stuck on its treatment of trans people in a way that's costing more money and isn't actually helping anyone.
Sounds about
But
right.
that's still really difficult to change on any level because like just institutional inertia. And I think
Yeah.
that's what's going on here too.
Yeah. Well, wait, the big thing that I think I've been harping on about the Alabaster since her interlude in Arc 13 is it seems like she's, for a long time, been more concerned with keeping her job than doing the job, which, given the privileges you get as a judge, seems like a trap that I expect she's not the only one to
I
fall
mean,
into.
losing your job means you die. So
Yeah.
I definitely understand why she did that.
Yeah, exactly. Um, but yeah, that's like that transition. I think is what jumps out to me as something that if she was just a more of a computer program, I wouldn't necessarily have expected her to make that kind of transition. But I guess I don't know. You're right. Like by the time you become so institutionalized like that, you do kind of circle back around to being like, well, it's very easy to manipulate or gamify working with somebody who is that simple to understand their motivations for.
But to move in the same spirit as that question, what do we think of the new one? Has Do we think she's safe from that same sort of problem? That she won't fall into that same trap?
Well, there is the question of whether a city spirit is constantly being informed by the citizens that make it up, but also the the process of becoming a judge calcifies an other in like a particular position. So there is that question that we don't really have an answer to of how much like a new citizen will have an influence on the Alabaster Assembly and like how much the Alabaster Assembly is allowed to develop as like people die and are born and like how much the people in the province change.
That's a really good point. I hadn't considered how those two aspects might interfere with each other, because obviously you'd expect the city or province spirit to change as the province does, but then the interaction of the calcification of a judge's role is interesting there. Like, huh?
Yeah, that reminds me somewhat about how Gilmay talks about winter glamour,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it calcifies, but you kind of have a choice in what rules you use to calcify. So if you can get the Alabaster Assembly to calcify in the sense of actually representing the area, then she should update with every new citizen, right?
I mean, it probably would help that she was only summoned for this role and took it basically as soon as she was summoned. Like the fact that the summoning and the taking of the role is so intertwined, like to me that can kind of signify what you're saying, like that the translation of new or the translation of people into spirit into role is close enough to like it only happened as part of taking the role. So that is part of the pattern. At least
yeah.
if you're going at it optimistically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
like the stepping into the role as somebody who is trying to keep things more modern and more representative might mean that that's very compatible with the idea of continuously being updated to still be relevant and representative.
And she's like constantly and like because she was summoned only for the role, in a sense she is constantly being summoned, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I like
Yeah.
that.
On that note, I do have another question because she's basically a representative of the area, but she's not an equal representative of the area. As she herself mentions, once she steps into the judge role, the elements of her that are more suited to the alabaster role take like a more prominent position within her. How do we feel about that?
Well, yeah, the question is that the alabaster role as the previous alabaster defined it? Is that the alabaster role as it? I assume it's kind of the alabaster role as it has been defined by the contest, as it
Yeah.
like as the Kenneteers have outlined it. So it's not an equal thing, but it's also according to like it slightly emphasizes specifically the principles that have been outlined by this contest, which I don't have the biggest problem with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the way I like to think about it, like even in a democratic bureaucracy, you still have like different institutions that specialize in different things.
Yeah, exactly.
So obviously, in a democratic system, you still have an alabaster that focuses on alabaster things and that hires people, so to speak, that are better suited to that job.
Yeah, like especially if you kind of look at the otherverse systems through the kind of traditional executive, legislative, judicial branch sort of thing, like worrying about democracy too much in the judicial side doesn't make too much sense. Like it's definitely usually the side that is the least associated with any kind of democratic process because
To
it sort of requires qualifications. So it does make sense for the alabaster to uh, highlight those aspects of herself, I guess. Um, and I mean, I think like this is sort of a theme we're seeing in multiple points because I'd point to the sword moot as another interesting example of like compromised democracy because like Lucy won her duel and she kind of got some more democracy in the karma behind the duels, but like ultimately the decisions are still being made by duels, and I think even then it was only the democracy of all the people relevant to the moot. Like, I don't know that it was the vibe of the entire area as much as it was all the other combat practitioners. So it's this very like kind of democracy, but not really. And like, I think that makes sense. Like, the majority vote on every issue is not. I don't believe in pure democracy in the sense that we should always let the majority make every decision because the majority doesn't necessarily understand the needs of minorities to start with.
yeah,
So, like, I think it's really interesting the way that as a lot of these things are shifting more towards democratic style things, we are sort of seeing more nuances in that. It's not just always straight up majority rules.
yeah, and I want to touch on that what you mentioned that the judges, the judicial branch of a government, is usually the part that has the least democracy involved in it. But I talked about this a while back in a post I wrote that the judges aren't really just the judicial branch. Like they
No.
make a lot of the rules themselves. I think the sword move you brought up is very interesting in that regard because that is an attempt to take some of that legislative power back
Yes.
into the hands of the people itself.
Yeah, and I guess to be fair, I would assume I can't think of any real world examples, but also real world politics is far from my forte. But in a world where the legislative branch or something is really dropping the ball and doing fuck all, I would actually expect a judicial branch to kind of have flexibility to step up and start doing that job. So, like, in a way, that might sort of be what we're seeing. Like, this is essentially what the Kennedians have identified is that this judicial branch is getting to kind of act as the legislative one because the practitioners as the legislature are doing fuck all. And that's giving the judges the freedom to act in a legislative way because the gap is just there.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, like, I don't know if this is a problem I have with how the story is constructed things exactly, or just like something that, like, I don't know. I don't think I'm disappointed with the story's construction of it. I think I'm just disappointed with like actors within the story, but it does kind of suck that we don't have a version of like a judge, or we haven't had a version of a judge that is redeemable exactly, who was not put there by practitioners.
Disable. You watch you mark my words. It'll be disable.
I still have a I still have a bone to pick, pun so intended, with the Sable, for how he treated Yalda, or how he didn't, and that's pretty much the only impression I have of him because he doesn't do shit.
No. In Ryan's interlude, he mentioned that the Sable was the judge who acts. Okay, he totally does stuff. We just haven't seen what it is yet.
Okay.
The the fucking slow burn Wildbow is doing on giving us the Sable's deal is just maddeningly impressive, because it's been like 3 million words. His jurisdiction is the Pale, so I think we've all known that he's gonna be relevant at some point. But like, we're still here, and I'm like, man, I don't really understand what's going on with him. He maybe seems to be an originalist in a very extreme sense, but that feels like a trap I may be falling into. I don't know.
He's the oldest remaining judge at this point. Like,
Well, I mean, sort of.
I mean, the Alabaster's dead, and both Ryan and Charles are very new. So he has the most judge experience.
Yes. He is the oldest remaining judge. And that is also interesting. Like, I'm thinking of it in terms of like the Musser's lordships were seen as like a huge problem because the judgment system was like kind of posited by the story as like a better alternative to the lordships. Like the idea that the judges are just kind of sitting around until proper lords come in is like kind of a fucked up way of thinking of things. But also, well, the story has not shown us any fucking judges that can do their job seemingly.
Yeah. I mean, like, I guess this probably comes back to the sort of problem with the seal as it's grown is like it from memory, the way it was explained to us was like the seal kind of defined lordships as like you would claim the lordship, and that's like human space. So like it sort of makes sense for a city or a village or whatever to be like, okay, this is a lordship because it's all innocents, it's humans who are living here, and so we may as well just let practitioners run it. Whereas the judges are the sort of wild spaces, probably primarily with others as constituents or whatever. And I think the way he misphrased it is, originally those human cities and settlements were kind of the dots in the darkness, whereas now we've covered the whole fucking world. So it's kind of like the judges maybe worked better and made more sense when essentially what they were ruling over was mostly wilderness with a couple of people, and mostly others inside of it. And it's like they're not the role isn't coping well with this adjustment to essentially being a backseat to a large swath of practitioners running around like it's the Wild West.
That's true. That's very true.
And a lot of this gives me the sense that both judges and practitioners under the Lord system can basically point to the other one and go, see, they're doing such a bad job.
Yeah, it's failures all around, all across the board. It's just not working anymore.
And then just using that as an excuse not to do better themselves, because they're obviously worse.
Yeah, I guess I'd be interested in if there are any judges that are actually like doing their job right, because in this arc we actually do seem to see an example of practitioners who maybe do their job a little bit right. And we do see an example of another judge too, the Azure judge who seems to rule alone. So I'm wondering, like, maybe if we saw a little bit more of her, we'd see an example of a judge who does, like, on average better than the judges we've met and better than the lords we've met. But we do seem to see in Ottawa, they kind of seem to have a system down. Like, we don't know that it's perfect, but the fact that they're like, hey, we generally, like, rapacious practices would generally be like disallowed. And the fact that they are able to cut past bureaucracy when it suits them, and the fact that they can like listen to the Kenneteers, and the fact that they don't leave any responsibilities unmanaged, which is a big thing for the Alabaster to kind of, we learned that in the Alabaster's contest is like she can take stuff from Thunder Bay because the Lord of Thunder Bay doesn't know what, like, doesn't manage the spirit side of things or whatever.
Yeah, they seem to have an actual functioning government.
Weird.
Which is wild.
Yeah. I don't know what that's like, actually. I'm having trouble grappling with that in my framework.
It does not seem perfect. Like, none of the other, like, there are others involved who don't, like, have a say in things. They just kind of, like, sit there and are representatives for some.
Well, they were all the because it seemed modelled off like the Westminster sort of system that Canada and Australia and the UK all use, which was like you have the shadow ministers who represent the party that didn't win the majority. Although in their case, it's just always the others who are the the shadow ministers and the ones who didn't win the majority, which is about right for this world. It's sort of like this is better, but it's not. It's not ideal.
Yeah, I think the big problem here is that we don't know quite how it works, because
Yeah,
with the whole rotating and the others they stick in their position, there's something there, like there's a division of powers there, and I'm not sure how that power differential quite works out
yeah.
in practice. We haven't seen enough of it to be able to tell, but I think given practitioners in general, it's probably safe to say that the others are getting the short end of the stick.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, like I guess if they're the only ones that are like consistently in the chair, they probably hold some sort of knowledge and tacit power with that. Yeah, there's definitely complexities that we can't know at this point.
Yeah, going back a bit to the whole seeing competent judges. I mean, we heard about Ted Havens and his judges, and they stopped a primeval with only a single casualty.
Over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Yeah, was
A
that
one
one?
serious
Was that
casualty.
one casualty, or was that 10,000 casualties?
Yeah, well, 10,000 casualties in one. Yeah, but I think that is like, I really do think that that is an interesting point, like what you brought up, because I do think it is easy to point at what Musser is doing and say, okay, I think this is worse than the judges, but you're right. Like, I guess this is something the Kenneteers might have to grapple with, maybe after they've stopped Charles. So I don't know if it's a pale thing, but like the sense, like it's pretty clear that the current system just isn't working kind of on any level. And we can sort of replace the judges to stop it getting worse, like with what Charles is doing. But then it's another step to start making it better.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that tracks. I think the sword mood is like a good start in getting that on the road.
Yeah, and I continue to love it as like it's such a compromise thing because it's still based on fighting, but then also it's clearing things up with the combat practitioners who in many ways are going to kind of be the worst ones to handle. So it's like if the combat practitioners are kind of organized and all on the same page and have perhaps begrudgingly agreed to this set of standards, it's like, well, if you can get them in line, surely the rest is doable.
Yeah, I have very complicated feelings about the sword moot.
That's what's so fun about it.
Yeah, I think if we're comfortable, I'd love to jump more into that point.
Yeah, go for it.
First of all, it's really fun to see the like grassroots sort of movement of the sword moot. Of course, these are the Kenneteers, and they're no slouch when it comes to like power and connections and networking and stuff. Of course, so it's not exactly like grassroots, but the fact that they're able to come up with this idea on like in one day and go to all of the combat practitioners in the area in ascending order of like competence and relevance and sort of get them all on board. Like, I don't know. I feel like that method has a lot of potential for like organization of similar things in the future. Because once do we think that method has any potential for working if there's not a sort of common enemy in the form of Charles, making it all run smoother? Because obviously that's a huge factor that everyone wants to work on. But
I would maybe bring this back to like Miss's original idea with the Kennet trio was to advertise the better way of doing things by basically make them be awesome, powerful, kick ass. So everyone goes, oh shit, maybe we should try this whole not doing genocides. And like I guess I would hope that the sword moot would kind of function in the same way, where if all the combat practitioners start to thrive and do better, with the exception of like the Musses and the Graysons who kind of get knocked down a peg, but everyone's probably going to be fine with that. But like if there's this general sense of cohesion and like you start to see the combat practitioners doing better in a lot of ways, hopefully that's an advertisement to the practitioners who would align with the other judges to start formalizing their own legislative branches or whatever.
See, you mentioned that if you can get the Carmine, the War Mage practitioners on site, then they're probably the most annoying ones to do that with. But I think I disagree. I think the Aurum practitioners would be the most annoying.
Actually, that's a really good point because they're all going to be like that's where all the fairy type shit's going to come
Yeah,
out to play, isn't it? Yeah, all the games and shit I couldn't deal with.
like at least with the combat practitioners, you can just beat their face in and they'll concede. But you're not going to be able to do that with the fortune practitioners. They're just going to add more clauses to screw you over.
Yeah, that one's. I mean, that one's going to have to fall on Verona's plate, and apologies in advance to Verona for that one. But
Yeah, and I mean, like, I don't even know what would that look like. I think that, like, what are our concerns for the fortune based moot?
Well, I'm not sure we'll see an exact replica of the mood only applicable to the aurum, because like what the plan they had for the alabaster was very different from the sword mood.
yeah, so it's also just from a metatextual perspective, Walbo hates repeating stuff like that. I
No,
wouldn't
I
expect
know,
to
I
see
know,
it in
I
the
know. This is
story.
all
Yeah.
hypothetical.
Oh, for sure. But like if this sort of thing happens, it would be out of the story because I wouldn't expect Wildbow to repeat himself like that. But yeah,
I think we might have seen a little bit of that on the path Avery was on, the reverse fortune with money playing the opposite role of what it usually does. I think if you want to play with the Aurum somewhat, then you have to, at least as far as I think, what the Kenneteers would do would be some sort of like redistribution of wealth kind of thing. In this case,
Hmm,
redistribution of fortune.
that would be very interesting.
Yeah, but beyond that, as a concept, I'm not sure what it would actually look like.
well, I think because the combat, or the sword moot isn't necessarily changing rules as much as it's functioning as a kind of Geneva Convention in the sense that it's defining rules of behavior. So I guess my thinking would sort of be, and like you'd want an aura moot to essentially be defining rules around what is and isn't karmically okay to do for fortune practitioners, which would be fucking really funny for Ryan to be the person supervising that moot, even more so than Charles on his, because Ryan kind of defined breaking that exact kind of system. So, yeah, I don't know. Like,
Oh God, I just would not want Ryan on that moot. I would not want. I would not want any of the people we've considered for Orm on that moot.
Yeah, because the thing is, Ryan is a lot smarter in that area than Charles is.
yeah,
I think Ryan would definitely be able to handle that. I think he'd thrive in it.
I mean, I guess that's the thing. If you can get him, like, if somebody's actually calling him out and say, "Hey, do you think there's a way for someone to game this?" Like, he's a pretty primo person to see the loopholes. So it's like if you've got him, if you kind of trap him into actually securing a contract, so there's no loopholes. You're right. He's probably going to be pretty fucking good at that.
But also, I think he'd have a lot of fun leaving loopholes in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um. I guess going back to the like what the sword mood is conceptually. I guess like I'm sort of changing my tune here. Like maybe we may not necessarily see something that looks quite like it for the others, and I think it's because the sword moot to focus in on Lucy as a participant feels like this really interesting exploration of. It felt like this really big culmination of Lucy's journey because it's this incredibly compromised system where like yeah, she's getting the change, but it's not exactly what she wants. Like the age was 14, that's not ideal for her. It's not fully democratic because you still have to beat people down to get your way. And like this comes back to so much of like early story Lucy was very much my way or the highway with a lot of this moral stuff. And seeing her compromise like this is there was a lot of talk of like her wedding to the practice, and what the word wedding might mean in that sort of thing, like maybe not a literal wedding. And I think like that's what we're seeing in this sword move is this is Lucy not fighting against the practice but co-opting it, and that ability that she's gained to compromise, kind of taking that forward, and yeah, like working with practitioners as much as against them in this weird, yeah, like wedding sense. She's wed herself to these combat practice or the combat practice like moot. Um, and I guess I don't necessarily see as much of a need for anything like that with any of the other areas. Like as much as I think there's stuff to fix with what's falling to the judges there, it may not necessarily need to look anything like the sword moot to make sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think just as the alabasters, the solution to the alabaster problem was different from the sword moot. Also, I think that's the case with the other two judges as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, uh, especially in the case of Lucy here, she's embedded herself within this kind of practice now because she has that kind of power. Like she can make herself an institution within the combat practitioners in such a way that everyone else has to account for it, in a very similar way to what Avery's been doing in her deals with the Gags and other people, like dealing with her conditional on freeing others.
Yeah, it just really lands for Lucy because, as we saw in the thing, where Musa got dethroned at the end of Arc 19, like in the alternate version of reality, Lucy, it was very much just her and her family versus the world. Like she was somebody who would fight for what is right to the point where it kind of wasn't successful because it was too uh, uncompromising, I suppose. And so I've just loved seeing her make herself, as you say, like an institution in the practice. Like she's now managed to achieve so much and really settle herself in. Like, I mean, they beat the patriarchs of the Muster and the Grayson families. Like she had so much sway over, like, undoubtedly things like the age limit of 14 absolutely would not have happened if she hadn't been able to win that sort of duel. So like just seeing her being able to make so much change, even if it's not exactly what she wanted, like that's just such a huge thing for her.
Yeah, and in that sense, the sword moot is very much a democratic government in that there are people in that government elected that you don't like and that you won't always get along with, but they still have a lot of power within that system. So you're going to have to figure out a way to deal with them somehow.
Hmm.
And within the context of the sword moot, this kind of compromise is probably the best she can get. But the important part here is realizing that the sword moot isn't where her attempts to change things end.
Yes, yeah.
Like she's still gonna be working to improve things in other areas, and that will probably also bring her in conflict with people like Grayson Henniger and Abraham Musser Sr. But within this context, I think this is the most you could have gotten out of it.
Yeah, and thanks to Mrs. Input, it's now been established that they will be doing more of these, which is like a very key part to sort of trying to keep that progress going forward.
Yeah. What do we think of the, like, I suppose results that Lucy gets out of this? Like, because I had complicated feelings about it, like, but I don't know. That might just be me.
But what I'm interested to hear more about what, what was sort of, I guess, making you feel conflicted.
I mean, the idea of, I guess, okay, so are the methods of, I suppose, preventing or trying to prevent predatory behavior with regard to the newly awakened children sufficient? Are they, like, do we think they're going to be effective? Because I can absolutely see ways that they are effective. I can absolutely see ways that they could lead to more problems.
Like with many of these types of things and these types of laws, which is kind of what this is, a lot of it will also depend on enforcement. And we see that the fact that these rules now exist, and the fact that these need to be, that if you do want to exploit your children, you need to work around these laws, these rules, is in and of itself already kind of a good thing. This reminds me of, like, I think it was back in Arc 13, where they talked with Ray about what it was like to try to stop a fairy. Like, you would dam off possibilities, but at the end the fairy would still make it look like everything was exactly how they planned it. But damming off those possibilities would still decrease the amount of damage they were able to do. And I think that's kind of what this is like. Like, yeah, some of those parents are still going to exploit their children, but they're going to be able to do it less than they otherwise would.
Yeah. I would summarize my feelings on the sword moot so far as kind of like not ideal results, but such a huge step forward that I can't help but be happy with the results. Which like fits into my whole sort of thing about how it fits in Lucy's journey too, because I think her ability to have scored wins here, even if they're not exactly what she wanted. Like she said she wasn't super happy with the entire thing around how kids are going to be treated or whatever, but like as we saw with Macaulay and stuff, it's a big win. It huge sort of improvement.
Yeah, and I also see it as similar to how the Bjorkman responded to the change in Alabaster.
Yes, yeah.
Like, the Bjorkman isn't immediately in trouble, but the fact that there's a different wind blowing with different priorities means that he's already changing his MO severely. And I think I see that happening here too.
That's fair. I can accept that.
Yeah, like, and I think this is where the idea of future sword moots becomes really important, because I see that like this is like, and this has always been Mrs. MO since she made the Kenneteers, is like steady, consistent progress can be better than aiming for too much and not getting like anything, which is what Charles is kind of doing.
Yeah, that's fair. And also, to be clear, the awakening limit is only on combat practitioners, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how that plays out, especially for people who weren't like present at this moot and perhaps were not considered combat practitioners.
Yeah, the Songates aren't present, right? We haven't heard from them. They're gonna have a fun time after this.
No, I think the Songates are present.
Oh, they
Yeah,
are? Okay.
I think Easton's dad is there.
Easton's dad is here. It's just Easton himself that is not here.
Oh, yeah, no,
Shame.
That explains it.
We totally would have heard from him. But yeah. I think there are a couple that are not present. There are a couple others that are not present.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see if they kind of count as combat practitioners.
And will they be informed of like the compensation that Anne Wint managed to get out of not awakening their kids?
Yeah, true. And then, yeah, the other huge problem I have with the result of the sword moot is unfortunately the thing that we were sort of gunning for in screwing with Charles, and how it ended up being phrased, which is that awakening is secured by the seal, partial awakenings by accident, and any aware become awakened situations will be translated to a proper awakening with all the usual rules and responsibilities at the earliest measure. Like, I understand it, but like, I guess it's vague enough that what counts as a partial awakening could be interpreted in a few different ways. I don't like how it closes off certain parts of the practice, or the certain possibilities for the practice. And I see it as a pretty irreversible move, considering the power of the seal. And I suppose it's just like a sacrifice that one has to make. But
yeah, I'm given the people present here, I'm not sure what alternative would have gone through.
Yeah. Like I agree. I think I don't know that I'd necessarily agree with the whole permanence of it. Like I do see what you're saying, and that like the more you because the one good thing Charles is kind of doing, even though he's not doing it in the right way, is starting to blur the lines between these artificial definitions that the seal sort of enforces between practitioner, innocent, and other. And kind of leaning into those definitions does rub me a bit the wrong way because they're inherently problematic. But I guess the hope would be, yeah, like there's not necessarily room to start changing tack later down, like because no doubt the whole way that kids are treated will be a recurring moot topic, and maybe there will actually be room to start exploring some of these things through the moot because obviously Charles was able to afford this, so there's presumably no reason that it couldn't start to be investigated in a better way in the future, hopefully. But that's like I'm talking in a pretty distant future, so that's obviously pretty murky territory.
Yeah, I guess like the point at which this starts to affect what the bittersweet witch can do, and her sort of pseudo awakening, pseudo practice, is the point at which I'm like, oh god, this was a terrible idea. This was not worth it at all.
Yeah.
How it affects the undercity residents who aren't really other, but are kind of aware, but also don't. They're in a weird place in that regard.
They're in a weird place. I don't think the bittersweet witch is like. I don't think that would be counted as a pseudo awakening under this.
Yeah.
But I think with enforcement, you could make that argument at this point, and that concerns me.
I think you could. I think that's a good point, and I think that's something to be wary of going forward. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess Jay, I think you're touching on a really interesting point here, which is perhaps like some of the issues like that you are bringing up is the kind of, I guess, the formalization of everything, particularly when it's being founded on the seal, is potentially something to be worried about because you can tend to see these kinds of very formal bureaucratic things as often I guess we see them as a problem in the real world. So like, I mean, I hate the bureaucracy that defines my workplace. So like, I tend to be anti bureaucracy generally, but like this moot is happening in the middle of Can It Found, and Can It Found is kind of this funny example of bureaucracy gone right, seemingly in the otherverse. So I guess I wonder if that's at all some important like the accidental choice or whatever of this happening in Can It Found as a place that does stand for how bureaucracy can be a good thing. Like maybe that's hopefully helping with good vibes in the way this sort of stuff will move forward.
Yeah, that, and it allows violence only very conditionally.
True.
Yeah, I think that that's a very good point. If this follows the naming conventions of the Geneva Convention, this would be the Can It Found moot, which I think would be pretty fun if that's how this was known.
That'd be great. Yeah.
Did we want to transition to kind of like talking about Can It Found?
Yeah, I think I've been thinking about like the different canets and frameworks for how to think of the different canets, because this was during last arc, but one thing I noticed was that Canet as a whole seemed to be kind of treated as a sanctuary, almost as a form of heaven to earn your way into throughout the story. And that got me thinking of Canet as heaven, and within the Christian framework, the grand defector from heaven, Satan himself, which is to say, in this case, Charles, who took a full third of the hosts of heaven, Canet, a full third of the Canet others, with him to set in a little twisted undercity of what Canet was, and not even like Canet below, but an even more twisted version of Canet below, where he sets his throne. And like he's been compared to the devil a couple of times, and I think that's becoming very prominent.
Yeah, I mean, especially this gets talked about a lot in terms of the it's no accident that it's the Catholic school kids who have been recruited as his soldiers, and he obviously has his own Mother Mary on his shoulder, so to speak. So, like, I think there's some really interesting stuff to explore there for sure.
I've been kind of obsessed with this idea of Charles representing the devil, and I love your idea of his domain being hell and Kenneth Below being kind of an in-between or reflection of that hell, because also that the idea of Undercities is very informed by the idea of hell, a kind of dark reflection of all of humanity's worst aspects. I think that narrative informs a lot of how we think of hell. There's the idea that hell is just all of the worst people let loose to do whatever they want and like harm each other all of the time. That plays into the idea of inversions. And then that gets into Kenneth Found as a sort of reconstruction of the idea of heaven. Like if we're going to, if the world is going to give us hell, what heaven are we going to kind of make of it? And the way that it reconstructs heaven is very different from a lot of sort of other utopias, and I very much appreciate it.
Yeah, but on the topic of Undercities being kind of like hell, what do you make of like Verona and also Lucy's efforts of turning Kenneth Below into something more livable, something more, acceptable to our sense of ethics? Because in that context, it's a very impressive project, given how much success they've had.
Absolutely.
At the risk of offending any religious listeners, I find the concept of hell, as it's presented in a lot of Christianity, is stupid and mean, because it's like, if you fuck up by whatever metrics, like eternal torture or whatever. So like that doesn't seem fair. But that's a whole separate thing. But like I guess it stands to reason that Kennet is the sort of place that even looks at hell and goes, well, I mean, we can make it a bit better.
And the fun part about this particular, if we're treating this Undercity as hell, is that the Undercity denizens haven't even done anything to get there.
Yeah, in fact, it's the resident of heaven, Douglas, who in fact has done all the things.
All right, that's a good one. But you're right, they haven't done like literally anything. Like their first experience is of hell, and in that sense, they're
Yeah, I think it might make more sense to use this model very specifically in the terms of the negatives or the red heron, as you call them, Jay, which I really love as a name. I guess because the religious imagery makes so much more sense for them as the Catholic school students, and especially as the kids who were struggling and obviously in a position to be tempted by the devil, and have the devil and the evil Mother Mary kind of empower them, and I guess have their legions from the Undercity. Like I think maybe rather than extending it too much to like Kenneth Found stuff that they're not as attached to, it might be more of a negative red heron specific sort of model.
I like that. I think we can take it further, but we can definitely focus on the red heron model, because I think that I don't know how deeply the story is interested in sort of exploring this idea of religious, this idea of religion as it intersects with the practice, and how religion plays into the way that people process magic. Because like, that's the thing, is I feel like it's been a feeling for me that religious notions or contextualizations have been ever so slightly underrepresented in the Otherverse content that we've currently been doled out. Like I know that if I ask like many of my family members or just like people that I meet on the street, what they would do if magic was like if they encountered something they couldn't explain. Lots of them would attribute God, demons, something in that framework in ways that are not always addressed in the Otherverse. And when they are addressed, it's done very well, and it's a lot of fun. But I really love how Charles has given us this way to kind of discuss these frameworks, discuss people reacting to these ideas of the devil, this inversion of the Mother Mary in Marisica, in ways that don't tap into the Otherverse's literal demon like mythos, because like that's like far away and like when we don't really do anything with that. But this kind of microcosm of the Christian framework allows for these kinds of conversations to happen and be explored in ways that are more contained and in ways that can hold sort of thematic significance without sort of threatening the metaphysical structure of the other verse.
Right, yeah. Because it has been... It's sort of been established that the seal can weaken divine beings and all that, but yeah, like I agree. I think like I would definitely be somewhat interested in really exploring, I guess. I think we saw it with Raphael the Witch Hunter actually a bit. Like I liked the idea of the exploration of an aware who seemingly was quite religious. Because that more than say practitioners or others, that really does feel like aware would be the area where you would see people attributing magic to like a mainstream religion, I guess.
Yeah, or like discovery practitioners, like people who stumble upon the practice could still very much be in religious frameworks, I think.
Wasn't it? Was it Frankie who literally thought Charles was the devil when he
Yes.
awoke her? Yeah.
Yes. That's like the first canonical reference to Charles as the devil that we've got, which was hilarious.
especially because he gets her to get a goat. I mean, come on.
Yeah, sacrifice a goat. How much more on the nose can you get? And he's like red and he's covered in like fur, and like the idea of the devil as the savage man is really interesting. Like the caveman sort of image of the devil. And that idea, because I think if we're analyzing the mythos of the Undercity as kind of cohesive with the mythos of hell, or of one version of hell, because there are many versions and interpretations of hell,
Sure.
and conceptualizations of like what our worst is. But one of them is certainly like the Thomas Hobbes sort of version. I think that this is the Thomas Hobbes sort of version of like before civilization, before like society, and sort of in the Undercity, the lives are nasty, brutish, and short. That's kind of what Charles's hell is, and that's what Charles's devil is.
And it's also in the Kenneth Thiels's framework of the judges' roles, what the Carmine is supposed to be, like a reminder that there's always a bigger predator out there, something for you to fear, something to be afraid of. And I think that's also a very interesting way to frame like the devil figure here.
So I just want to say I talked about this a bit in my Live Read channel, but like that's a stupid thing. Like the Carmine role being something like there's always a bigger fish. Like, don't get me wrong, practitioners needed to kick up the arse or whatever, but I think we all agree that Charles isn't doing a great job of that overall. And so I don't know. It seems funny to me the whole like I don't understand how you really have a good Carmine if their central conceit is there's always a bigger fish and you should always be afraid. Like I hated that when Samaniego talked about it with Avery, and I kind of hate it in the context of the Carmine Judge. Like I feel like we need to look at recontextualizing what the Carmine is, because I don't think that there can ever be a productive Carmine if their general conceit is, well, I've got to be keeping people afraid.
Well, if we're talking about the legislative powers in the terms of the Sword Moon, then a lot of that is that in the end, almost all laws are backed by violence. Like the state's monopoly on violence, on force, is eventually the thing that enforces all those rules.
True.
And I think that you get into a similar thing here. Like you can put layers between the rules and the eventual use of force that make it more bearable, that make it less oppressive. But in the end of the day, that's still the thing that undergirds pretty much all laws.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually, yeah, you know what? That's fair. Yeah. I think I think you've just turned me around. I see what you're saying. Like, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I guess the problem is that Carmine is not the biggest, like, not the biggest fish, and also is not currently working in people's like best interests with those, and is not using it the most responsibly.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess that like the swordmoot kind of represents this idea of like the Carmine. The Carmine does get power in correlation with how much practitioners are not doing their job. So, like in a way, I can see the logic behind the idea of like, okay, well, if the practitioners continue to not be unified and doing their job and they're letting stuff slip, that makes the Carmine more and more powerful to the point where they do something stupid like what Charles is doing. But it's like, okay, so then when they're not doing what Charles is doing, they do kind of act as a very interesting motivator for the practitioners to try and keep their shit sorted. So like, that is, to a degree, that sort of motivation can be helpful. Yeah, I don't know. Now I'm very confused.
Glad to have helped. In other frameworks to use to conceptualize the three different aspects of Kenneth, I've also been exhuming Freud with Kenneth below as Kenneth's id, Kenneth found as its superego, and Kenneth above as its ego.
Yeah. I just, sorry, before you go on, in case there are any other people who are as ignorant as I am, I did have to look up what those were when I saw these in the notes. And so I guess just to quickly make sure I've got it right, like the id, the undercity, is the instinctive, very animalistic side of the psyche, I guess, right? Like it's the animal instincts.
Yeah.
Acting without thinking side, and then the superego is the your higher functioning morality, conscience, all that sort of stuff, and then the ego sits between them and is kind of all about balancing those two sides of yourself.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, which I mean, I really like this then, is like because Undercity Kennet is very much an id. It's a place of kind of violence and very animal, natural, not really thinking too much sort of space. Kennet found
Yeah,
is
but it's
overly
also
bureaucratic. Oh, sorry.
the thing that Kenneth below also is, and the thing that I think made Verona fall in love with it, is it's also the artistic impulses.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not purely
Great point.
the violence and the negative aspects. It's also the positive aspects of instinct that we usually suppress in our daily lives, but that
True.
can
Yeah.
also be beautiful in how they're expressed, and that's why I think Verona connects with it so as much as she does.
Yeah, and then I love Kennet found as the superego, as the place that's bureaucratic as all hell because it's trying to think about everything, and it's it's all about peace and considering things and morality and all that. And then Kennet above sitting in the middle as the ego, as a place that's kind of trying to balance those two things.
I do think that the story does make an argument for this in, like, oh, I don't know who it is. Oh, who was it that's like, oh, I know what your problem is. Charles is just Charles just believes in human nature, in the goodness of human nature.
Edith.
Yeah.
What?
Edith
That was
made that
Edith.
argument to
That
the
was
Kenneth.
Edith. Yeah. Charles just believes in the goodness of human nature. That's why he thinks that the Undercity is going to work. Like, I think that that's definitely an argument that the story is working. And then in contrast, the superego of Kenneth Found, I think, being governed by a lot of these overarching structures, and the Kenneteers like stepping in and making these systemic changes, I think is very much within that. I also think that this breaks down in a lot of very interesting ways. For example, in Kennet Below, we see a lot of so the idea behind the Freudian trio is that the id is unfiltered desire and unfiltered instinct. The superego is the social pressures, and then the ego is what results from that. What results from the repression of the id by the superego. We can argue about like how much that framework actually works, but it's
Mm-hmm.
I think it's certainly at play within the other verse in many ways. But I think that, for example, I mean, let's just take the Bitterstreet witch, for example, clearly has plenty of these desires that come from, I mean, presumably like the echoes and animated feelings of Kennet above, and from like her lived experience that she can't express and doesn't feel comfortable expressing because she has to be the leader that her society forces her to be. She can't show vulnerability. Bracken has a little bit of the same thing going on about not showing vulnerability, about being very sort of immediately biting back. I think that like that's a form of superego and repression that we can see at work in Kennet Below. I also think that the reverse is true in Kennet Above, that like what we would call the id, the human instinct, the human nature, is of course, Kennet Above tries to incentivize doing good and helping one another out, but
Kennet Found, you mean?
Kennet Found. Kennet Above's working on it. Kennet Found is trying to incentivize being good and helping your neighbors and doing all of this positive stuff, but also we're introduced to Kennet Found through Luna Hare, who would be doing all that stuff anyways. Like, she basically needs no systemic motivation to just be helpful.
Yeah.
And I think that those reversals are absolutely intentional.
Yeah, like I guess I would sort of say, like I guess that's sort of the point is like these as places they might sort of represent a heavy focus on one or the other, but the case that Pale is generally making is that to be a well-rounded person, you need to have that interaction between your id and superego. Like, you know, we're talking about like Bracken and the Bitterstreet Witches examples. Like they're people who are spending less and less time in the Undercity. And like to touch on what Mega was saying before, like Verona's whole thing has been kind of looking at the Undercity and all these iddy kind of instincts and stuff and saying, okay, but like let's keep the good parts and de-emphasize the bad, which is obviously starting to bring, I guess, potentially some super ego-y stuff in it. Like I guess it's the places can represent these forces, and then the people inside the places not necessarily living up to that is almost kind of the point. In much the same way that the line between others and practitioners has been blurred by the story in various parts.
Yeah, and in that case, we also see what you mentioned, that a lot of the people in these different parts of Kennet move to other parts because they feel those fit better. Like even within an Undercity, the people in it are still people with a whole wide variety of experiences and wants and desires and perspectives, and some of them end up finding that those experiences and those desires are better met in Kennet Found, for example. And
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
that's a conversation that the different Kennets have with each other that is really interesting. and that I hope we get to see more of.
Verona is a fantastic case for this as well, because as somebody who was like really struggling with fitting in Canada above, and kind of had really been struggling to connect with herself because she'd been taught to repress so much of it, she was able to kind of really find herself in Canada below, because she really dove in and and learnt to embrace that more id part of herself, and come to terms with it. Like, so it's a same thing, like someone in Canada above can get value out of leaning into one of these things more than the others. Whereas, like, we see Lucy head into somewhere like Kenneth found, and she's like, "Oh fuck this place! Like, this is too much."
Which is really interesting, because if you the Freudian trio, of course, is like a trope in, like, you can look it up on TV tropes. Like, a bunch of different trios in media fall into that. I at one point tried mapping the Kenneteers to the Freudian trio very, very early on in the story, and I think I did map Lucy to the superego, so it's really fucking funny that she doesn't vibe with Kenneth Found at all.
Yeah. Also, in the previous framework of Kenneth Found as being more expressly heaven, the fact that Lucy doesn't really want to put up with all its nonsense is also really funny. Like, yeah, you guys
Yeah.
can do your frivolous nonsense over there. We live in the real world where we have actual problems we need to fix.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and I mean, I guess this comes back to like to work in a sort of another way of thinking about these, so because like each Kennet has really been kind of associated with a Kenneteer, or more like each Kenneteer, I think, really has a Kennet that they really vibe with, one that they're pretty good with, and then each of them have one that they're kind of like, I don't see the appeal at all. So obviously, like for Verona, she's kind of owned the Undercity. She obviously loves Kennet Found too, and then Kennet Above is really the one that she's looking at. She's like, "Fuck this place." Um, like Lucy would be Kennet Above is the place she's happy. She can deal with the Undercity. She doesn't get Kennet Found. Avery's Kennet Found. She can also deal with Kennet Above. She doesn't get the Undercity. And those all map to kind of the Kenneteers, I guess. Like, you can also just use a framework for thinking about Kennet as the Kennet trio. And as I like started to put this together like an arc or so ago, I realized I was kind of just reinventing something Jay brought in your previous episode that you did on here, which was arc 9, I think, where you talked about like how the trio had kind of been modeled around. I think you called them story, sense, and society. Um, and I think that general model actually works quite well for thinking about the three Kennets and the way that the three Kenneteers are aligned to them.
Yeah, I have not gone back and looked at that, but I like that idea.
Yeah, it was one of those things where I was sort of starting to try and put it together, and then I was like, "This seems familiar," and then I realized I think it was what you'd been talking about in Arc 9, which was yeah, like I think these are sort of three aspects to the story, and they represent the Kenneteers, and now like the Kennets are kind of aligned to the Kenneteers and their journey too, which is like a fun sort of mapping to explore.
Yeah, I think Verona touches on that a little bit this arc, not in where they fit individually, but where they fit as pairs.
Right. Yeah, because the pairings that she talked about mapped very well to that sort of those models where like her and Avery, their overlap is can it found, and as Verona pointed out, when they're a duo, they tend to lean into that more whimsical, lost-ish kind of vibe.
Yeah. Yeah, and when Verona and Lucy are hanging out together, they kind of lose some inhibitions, which is very much what Kenneth
Yeah.
Below is all about.
They work on passion projects, which gets back to what you were saying about artistic, like, id.
Yeah,
Mm.
and when Avery and Lucy work together, they really care about the real world and about improving it, and that's very Kenneth Above. They care about Kenneth Above and what that's like and what the world they grew up in ends up looking like.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And and I think like when you take any of these other models, like the id, superego, and ego, and sort of you see how Hale is potentially sort of espousing that leaning into any one individually is stupid. Like, this is again the strength of the Kenneteers, is that as a trio, they kind of add up to all the parts, and that's what makes them and Kenneth right back to the start of the story. It like diversity was its strength, and this is just sort of another way of expressing that.
Yeah. Speaking of Kenneth as like a group, this arc also touches a little bit on how you keep people aligned with your side, with your faction, and especially in times of war, like right now, how you can take advantage of how another side keeps its people together. Because we see this in Charles's faction, that especially in this arc, they start to rely a lot more on keeping their people in line with threats, like what Yeyun tries with Freeman. Like a total breakdown in trust as a way of keeping your team together. And I found that very interesting.
Yeah, it's also kind of what Carolyn is leaning into by the end of like when people are being forced to choose.
Yeah.
Yeah. And clearly what Helen has also just leaned into based on Harry's concerns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's a really interesting, because like Arc 20 to me was dealing a lot with those kinds of ideas around how people choose their own sides, and like a lot about like people moving on from being like a child or a student and growing into themselves. I guess like that was something Arc 20 dealt with a lot. So I like this as a conceptual sequel in the following arc is also looking at kind of how these sides that people find themselves on kind of incentivize them to stay there.
Yeah, because in a conflict like this, theoretically speaking, you want to make it easy to defect to your side and difficult to defect away from your side.
Yeah.
And different groups have different ways of trying to achieve that. And obviously, Helen's go-to method of keeping people in line is threatening to horrify them. You know, it's easy, it's simple, it's straightforward. You know exactly what you're gonna get, and it also doesn't work, which is, you know, because the moment the person you're trying to threaten sees a way out, they're probably gonna take it. And this is another thing that I think is very characteristic of Charles's side, because Charles often talks about all his big changes that he wants to do, even if he's often kind of vague about it. But in the same sense that the Alabaster wasn't what she wanted to do or said she wanted to do or whatever, she was in the end what she did. And Charles's faction, for all its revolutionary ideals or whatever, what it ends up doing is threatening to horrify people to keep them in line. And that's the sort of thing that does end up defining you as a group. As I think the way it's called is that praxis informs your ideology. Like you can have good reasons to want to do something, but if you often do the whole horrifying thing, then the people you get in your faction are the kinds of people who can justify horrifying people.
And to a degree,
Yeah.
that's been a huge theme in Pale from the beginning. Is like it has really been exploring the idea of how do you enact change productively.
And I think that's one of the risks the Kenneteers fall into, and why one of the reasons they got that phone call from Paris. Because if you go around killing judges, you can have very good reasons to kill judges, but in the end, you're going to be known as the group that kills judges. So
Yeah.
that's something you want to be very careful with in how you go about doing that. I think they've made a pretty clear case for why and how they're doing it that sort of stays off this risk, but it is still a risk.
That is an interesting point. I think that they probably have more of a risk of being seen like that on the international scale than they do on
Yeah.
the local scale, because like they're currently the group that kills judges with the permission of local lords and with the general consensus and even tacit assistance of all of the practitioners in the area.
Yeah, I mean, Ottawa said it was okay. Like, it has to
Yeah.
matter.
It's an interesting thing. Lucy, like Paris was like, was this a unilateral decision? And Lucy was like, yes. I was like, was it? You asked Ottawa. That doesn't count as unilateral. If
I
I
mean, they
asked,
made the decision and then they went to Ottawa. So I
that's
guess
true. That's true. They were gonna do it anyway. But I mean, you could answer, was it a unilateral decision with, we asked Ottawa. That is not an untrue statement.
true.
Yeah, and seems relevant and helpful to their case.
Yeah. But the kind of people you have on your side also depends on how you can keep them on your side. Because one of the things I also wrote that post about for this arc was that Kennet as a faction does not consist of revolutionaries so much as people who want to live better lives. And that changes how you keep people on side, because you have to be able to convincingly promise them that that what you're doing will lead to their betterment. Because Chloe and Nibble, for example, they're not going to stick around if the things you do end up making their lives worse for them. Whereas, as we see with the Carmine faction, someone like Seth, he doesn't give a shit if things get worse. He just wants to be able to hurt people. So you can kind of get away with different actions and different ways of keeping people in line. Like Seth is not going to care that people are being kept on side with the threat of being horrified. He has explicitly said that he's okay with being disposed of after everything's done because, I don't know, he's crazy.
At the same time, like, Gashwad is not going to give a shit if what Kennet is doing is like making things worse.
Yeah, Kennet is a very diverse faction in that regard, but that's still something you have to keep in mind.
I also think that this is relevant with regard to like how various practitioner groups have gone about that. I mean, we see it with Anthem. I think that Anthem is a really great case study for what you're talking about on Kennet's side, because, I mean, like, obviously he's still being held against his will technically, but but he didn't have to go and fight the strongest duelist in the area, and he didn't even like get anything for it. So
yeah, he got like a token, a token acknowledgement of it for it, but
he got the I'll think about it.
Yeah. Like, that's not a lot. I mean, the other thing he got was the opportunity to fight Musser and Henniger, which, I mean, the guy does love a good fight, so it's not, I don't think you would technically need to give him a lot to convince him to fight people and have fun doing it, but part of that is also important. Like, they're making him do things he kind of likes doing, but in favor of a cause he can also believe in.
Yeah, I think that if he wasn't like on Kennet's side fully before the sword moot, he definitely is afterwards. Like, fighting alongside Lucy, realizing that that's so much better, like that feels so much better to him than anything he was doing before. I think that that's a huge part of what he needed to realize.
It's hilarious to me how quickly I 180'd on Anthem. I like, just since he finally appeared in the sword moot, I've just fully forgiven. Like, I remember being like, Miss brought up all the murders he did, and that's why she's keeping him there. And I was like, oh yeah, good point. Like, his redemption has been so funny to me because I'm just like, I'm so willing to forgive him.
I keep saying it, and it keeps being true. And I'm never sure if it's something that this story is doing intentionally, but like, it's been true so many times at this point that I feel like it's just gotta be something that this story is doing on purpose and not like accidentally. In Worm and Ward and Pact and Twig, the conceit of the interludes, or part of it, was always like, all right, here's this guy who seems like a dick and is being a real asshole, but once you get inside their head, you're going to realize that there's something sympathetic to their actions. Even if you don't like them still, you might like them a little bit more, or you might like sympathize with them in some regard. Like that's always been like a big pushing, like driving force of the interludes. In Pale, I'm not sure if I mentioned this last time, by the way, but in Pale, it's happened like 8 times probably, where we've gotten an interlude that has made me go, wow, well, what a shit person. And then later we've gotten like a scene from someone else's perspective entirely that has made me 180 on the character after the interlude. Like the redemption in our eyes and the sympathy in the audience's eyes comes way after we get to see inside their head. Seeing inside their head changes nothing on our opinion, or makes them, or even makes us hate them more. in like, for example, Jen's case.
Yeah.
Right. So you're saying we're a few chapters away from Akira Lin redemption.
Well, okay. Hold on.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point. Obviously, Ward, without getting into spoilers for that, Ward had in particular, I think, one character who explored that came out looking worse for wear just about every time the story went into her. But I like the idea that, yeah, like, because redemption in the sense of someone like Anthem shouldn't necessarily come from us getting Anthem or seeing Anthem's perspective on things, but it is like this has been a story that's so much about like community and justice in a more communal, progressive, like productive sense. It does kind of make sense to shift that focus on when someone is redeemed to seeing it from someone else's point of view and seeing how it fits into the community as a whole rather than their perspective necessarily.
Yeah, it's just so thematically like coherent. The idea that like you don't get to decide when your actions are justified or when you're redeemed. It's like you become likable and cool to the audience when you do something cool, and we might understand why it's cool because we were in your head, but like it's your actions and in context of other people that really reflect who you are. The only exception would be I guess Fernanda. Fernanda is a definite exception, but I'm looking through the list now, and Nicolette's most redeeming moment is way after her interlude. Her interlude's like, I get you, but you're still kind of an asshole.
Yeah.
Reed's most redeeming moment certainly is during the contest, like right before his death, and his interlude does nothing to sort of endear us to him. Basil hasn't quite had one yet, but I would say, I'm still waiting on Billy. Whoa, no, not Billy. Millie and Basil's side adventure that we're gonna get after Pale, because it's too good. It's too good. I joked in my live channel that it would be called Page, because Basil is a scrivener, and then Millie is a young knight. So
I like that.
A young knight of the steel. But then I realized who would have to be in that. So the conceit is that they're lost on the paths.
And meet the Page's sons, obviously.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
But getting back, the most recent example of this interlude fuckery is, of course, Anthem, who's I also really 180'd on him. You really see the resemblance to Liberty.
I think it's been like a recurring thing for the Ted family. It's just constantly, I kept being like, oh, it feels like they're really close to being likable. They just have this one thing that makes me hate them. And Liberty kind of had that the least, but like it's been true for both America and Anthem, where I've been like, oh, I want to like you, but you're just such a pain in the ass. And then it's like the second it disappears for even a little bit, I'm like, I love these guys.
The fun thing is that Anthem has really turned it around, but America hasn't. America is still America. She's just now on side.
Yeah.
Which is really funny.
But I think like she's kind of also someone who's probably getting there slowly. Like, you know, it was a lot of misplaced anger towards people like Anthem not giving her what she needed. It's the sort of thing where I feel like it's not going to be like Anthem where she needs to fundamentally change a lot and like redeem herself. It's just going to be like we just need to reorient her a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, because Anthem's like I forget who it was. It might have been you, Megafire, in my Discord channel, who was like, Anthem was never like Anthem always had the potential to be this. Like it wasn't that much of a change for him in some sense, because he always had very strong moral values. He always had that going, or not very strong moral values, but like. He always had a kind of gung-ho energy about things, and he always had like this willingness to fight for people. He just had to sort of realize that he was on a wrong track.
Yeah.
I think that America is very like broken and traumatized by her circumstances, but her version of redemption for now, like I don't know if she's working on that, but her version of redemption for now is just like the people around her are pointing her in the right direction, and she's not like fighting that anymore.
Yeah, I think for her it's that Anthem is now a good dad she gets to look up to without feeling weird about it.
That too.
Because one of the things Toad points out in his conversation with America during the raid on Kennet like a while back was that one of the things that was bothering her so much was that Anthem was kind of just becoming a thug, and she kind of lost her role model in that way. She was lost and adrift and kind of lashing out because she'd lost that anchor. And now that Anthem's turned around, America's just chilled out a lot because, like, she has Anthem back again as a guy who actually cares about her and wants her to do well.
Yeah, I think Toady and Alexander also kind of let us let us see that. I think she just kind of had like daddy issues in the sense that it was like she constantly felt abandoned by, you know, male role models. Like obviously like Toady leaving cut her and Liberty extremely deeply, and then the way she latched on to Alexander, like she made it very clear that the thing that she really liked about him was just that he fucking took her seriously. Like her standards were incredibly low for what she was looking for in a kind of father figure male role model. And as we're seeing Anthem do a better job of actually living up to what she needs in that regard, hopefully that's helping her be less of a prick.
And speaking of being abandoned by male role models, I think that Anthem teaming up with Lucy here really gives us a chance to see how forms of masculinity that were toxic and terrible in Anthem prior to like his working on his shit become really redeeming and powerful and good qualities afterwards, because that was what Lucy was always sort of challenging him to do, is like work on your shit and be better, be a man in a positive way, be masculine in like a good and in a good direction. I think I put it as like, in some contexts, Anthem. I'm reading directly from my live read here, and saying, in some contexts, Anthem's ability to look at a point of unchangeable law and go, "Yeah, I bet I can do something about that," can be a pretty damn good thing. When he's fighting for people that he cares about, when he's standing up for justice, that suddenly it's suddenly a lot. It's suddenly a heroic and redeeming quality instead of something that's like toxic and like, fuck you, I'm gonna be violent for no reason because it's the only way I know how to solve things.
Yeah, in that sense, it's also interesting from like a revolutionary politics sense, because and I'm not the only one that pointed it out. I saw it on Tumblr as well. Was that most revolutions that succeed always have some kind of establishment support, and
Yeah.
Anthem is definitely, you know, the old god practitioner that has backed Kenneth now, and in doing so has helped it to succeed.
Yeah, I mean, hell, he went to school with Mossa, which is like
Yeah,
that was like some fucking crazy elite boarding school for practitioners. So yeah,
Yeah, and that's something they really didn't have before. Like they had Zed, but Zed is restrained by allegiance to Ray, who can't get involved. They had Nicolette, but similar situation with the Bellingers, and also she has to remain neutral. They had the Garricks, but they're not local. So having Anthem, and Anthem's like more powerful than the three of those people put together. So he's really like as the face of Kenneth's sort of practitioner support.
yeah,
He's an influential man to have on your side, and he's also like he has his own revolutionary sentiment. Like that's what I'm saying of in saying that like he had some of this redeeming quality before. Like he had qualities to him that could very easily be translated to being revolutionary and redeeming. Is like he had this ethos of redemption and revolution, and like I'm going to stand for something, and I'm not going to let this happen, and I'm going to fight for what I believe in. It's just that was very self-centered in the past, and
yeah, it was very localized to
self
mostly
and
just his
family.
daughters.
Yeah. But unfortunately, for Anthem, his daughter Liberty is too community focused and too friendly to let him keep doing that. Liberty deserves so much credit for how Anthem is turning out.
Oh, 100%. That bit where he first got beaten and then went to Kenneth Found, and we saw like Liberty go and sit with him in America, was really the point where you're like, oh shit, this might work.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. Without her making that, like, and there's no world in which she wouldn't, but without her going there and making that effort, Anthem is not on side here even a little bit.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's just stewing.
Cool. Well, what else? What else did we have to talk about? We've been jumping all over the notes, so I'm just trying to figure out which bits we haven't touched on.
Yeah, I mean, I would pivot here to say, just while we're talking about people and what side they're on, Anthem obviously has done a heel face turn, and while we're talking about faces and masks and heels, I don't know what kind of transition I'm trying to spin here, but Rook. Let's talk about Rook.
Yeah.
I think the way I phrase this is she trying to, is she gearing up to pull a 180 again on the culprits? Like, because she did that in her first appearance. Is she trying to is she trying to like give him the slip a second time? Or is she just being an asshole?
I've completely given up trying to be confident on either side of that.
I am too, but in the sense of Rook caring so much about positioning, in the wise words of Yes Minister, you need to get behind someone before you can stab them in the back. But like she did still let them pick the ordinary family against Anne Wind, right? Which was a massive loss immediately.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I'm not comfortable calling that sabotage. just yet, but we can still go either way.
She answered the question that they posed to her very particularly, which reminds me very much of the way that she presented in like her dealings with practitioners in the past. Like what they specifically said to her, if I'm remembering correctly, is they're probably gonna pick Anthem. What would be good to send against Anthem? And she answered the ordinary family. And meanwhile, people were Lucy was asking Miss what would be good to send against the or what are they going to pick? Miss said the ordinary family, but is that because she knows Rook and like knows what Rook would say to that, or is that because she knows that Rook, or is that because she and Rook are still in league and are playing this like 5D chess here? Like,
yeah, I mean, to get cynical, I think the other option that I've proposed at various points is just that like that classic "always sunny" quote of I'm playing both sides so that I always come out on top. Like with thinking about that focus on Rook as a positioner, I do think there's a case to be made that like maybe she's just kind of willing to swap like her allegiance with Charles is just because as long as she sees him providing more opportunity to succeed with her goals of like fucking over the system, like maybe expecting long-term alliance from her is just unrealistic. Maybe she's going to kind of always keep a foot in each door as much as she can.
I suppose, but it was more overtly I am working to betray the culprits in favor of Mrs. Pet practitioners the first time.
Right, but she was quite clear even back then that was more as a favor to Miss than necessarily believing Mrs. stuff was going to work.
Yeah,
it's really complicated.
Yeah,
I'm also not willing to put my money on either answer.
Yeah, like if you wanted me to predict which way she's going to go, I'm just going to flip a coin in real life and go with that call because that's how confident I am on trying to guess where she's going.
Yeah,
I think maybe the interesting thing that you just brought up in terms of her interacting with the negatives. I mean, obviously, Rook is as an Oni quite definitionally generally anti-practitioner. And like she made it clear, even when she was helping the Canneteers and working with Miss, she didn't necessarily agree with that part of Miss's plan. Like she still was a little bit uncomfortable with the Canneteers as practitioners. So why is she suddenly so gung ho on working with the Negatives? Like, does she agree with maybe an angle to Charles's plan that we don't fully understand, or like I'm just something that like something doesn't really add up there, does it? Like,
I have two potential answers to this, and it's an answer that I like and an answer that I don't. The answer that an answer that I am hoping for because I want the Canneteers to win, and an answer that I like thematically, / think would be really fun, but is terrible. The answer that I'm hoping for is that you are correct, that practitioners, that she's against practitioners as a sort of institution, that she recognizes this as problematic because, like, God, the Red Heron kids are the worst of the worst kind of practitioners. Like, they're all of Mrs. complaints about the practice. The Red Heron practitioners are, they have that in spades.
We wouldn't have killed those people if we'd known we would get in trouble for it.
Yeah, like
that's such a weird defense.
Carolyn, like, oh, I know that like my life's not in danger, and I don't like but like I feel like I can still take everything you have. Like, why not? Just cause. And so Rook being there to kind of sabotage them, or feed them answers that will be that will lead them in slightly wrong directions all of the time would be really interesting. I also think that if there are any people that, like, we know that having an Oni on your side immediately kills your credibility in the face of the wider practice. So I was thinking, like, just Rook standing behind Red Heron at the sword moot, immediately all of the other practitioners, anyone who's on the fence about like whether to side with Kennett or with Charles, is immediately like, well, maybe the one without an Oni. Advising the fucking kids. Like, anyone with an Oni behind them it's gotta be bad news, right? So I think someone with an understanding of positioning in that sense, being seen advising the Red Heron kids is she knows that that's not going to be a good look for them.
Yeah, on top of that, Charles's faction hasn't really been particularly pro-other, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I talked about this, like just to tie what both of you are saying together. I talked about my kind of tinfoily theory that I don't think Charles is necessarily neglecting others, in the sense that I think he's doing that dumb version of equality where it's like he's kind of ignoring the fact that others have already gotten the short stick and he's not giving them the attention that they need. But I think a lot of what Charles is doing has been intentionally blurring the lines between innocent other and practitioner. And like, I don't think it was an accident that Kira Lynn made this decision to start doing heartlessy kinds of practices with the practitioners, because I think Charles, as a summoner, has a habit of thinking of people in terms of their components, and I think his final form for the area might be something like he wants everybody to be somebody who kind of picks and chooses parts of themselves.
I think you're absolutely...
Oh, sorry. I was also so with that theory in mind, Rook aligning more to them might actually make a lot of sense, because if Charles is encouraging both people in the film, whether the Undercity, others, and practitioners, to start manipulating themselves, like an Oni, of course, an Oni is going to kind of be vibing with that.
You 1000% guessed my second option, which is that the way I was going to phrase it is that, like, with the way that Kira Lynn is operating on the Red Heron kids, Rook might think that they are not going to be human for very long. Like, they're not going to be practitioners for very long. With the ways that with the ways that Rook can push them, with the ways that Kira Lynn is already pushing them, they will become Oni soldiers, or like Oni-esque soldiers soon enough.
As let's say, Hollow Yen was set up for like a 100-year apprenticeship or something, so I'd be a bit peeved if I were Hollow Yen and these kids are getting it in a year.
I think one of the other snags here is the way Edith was treated, because these practitioner kids absolutely just tore her apart for absolutely no good goddamn reason. She didn't choose to do that. So, as far as other autonomy and getting to pick and choose part of yourself goes, Edith didn't.
No, I mean, for sure. But the way this is that sort of innate hypocrisy in like Charles's vision of the Undercity, is this kind of thing where everyone has the choice or the ability to fight hard enough that they can be on top or whatever. It naturally leans toward this kind of zero sum game where, like, yeah, some people just gonna just aren't gonna get, like, if people are climbing to the top over each other, some people are gonna get stomped on. And so, like, I think it's just, Edith got stomped on, I guess, like, which
Yep.
like, yeah, is this thing like others are going to naturally get stomped on more because they're currently the more vulnerable people. But I don't think Charles is necessarily thinking about that. He's just trying to do this like weird equality of opportunity, not accounting for the fact that some people already have a head start.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't think this is. I'm not at all surprised that Charles is doing that, but I think that would get in the way of Rook joining with him on that front. I think Rook has her own little hypocrisies, obviously, but on this front,
Well, I think this is why, like, I think she might be more subscribed to, like, the tinfoil part of this series is the grander idea that, like, Charles is intentionally fucking with the definitions of these things by encouraging everyone to get weird with it. And so she might be more on board with that part. Like if he is getting practitioners to make themselves a bit more other, if he's messing with the concept of innocence through the Undercities, like she might be willing to kind of turn a blind eye to other suffering in the short term if she thinks that that leads to long term gains in fucking with the SEALs' priorities.
Or maybe like we've seen Rook be amenable to like very short term deals with the likes of Charles, like making Marisica into a god. So maybe it's something like tutor these kids and give them advice for a little bit to the best of your ability or whatever. And then the next red heron kid that people recruit is yours. Like you're the mentor.
Yeah, I could see. Yeah, some sort of prize for her being a thing.
I don't know. Some agreement like that
Yeah,
that she agreed to very specifically would make sense for why she gives the advice she does about the ordinary family, because they specifically ask her, they're probably going to pick Anthem. What would be good to go against Anthem? And she says the ordinary family, but she probably can figure out that they're not going to pick Anthem.
which I'm so curious why the ordinary family would trump Anthem. Like that's fascinating because I still don't get what their deal is. Like, what are they? What is going on there? You know,
in my understanding of the magic system, how I've kind of conceptualized it is the ordinary family are not combat practitioner. Like they're not combat practitioner other. Like they're not combat others at all. What they are is a field of influence that is extremely powerful and pervasive. Anthem is good at like killing things, but when it comes to a field of power that is extremely good at like just taking things, I don't think he would be as effective as someone like Anne, for instance, who's a warden and specifically deals with warding off these extremely powerful influences. Basically, if Anthem is trapped in an arena with the ordinary family, like he can target them with explosions and bombs and stuff, but they can manipulate reality such that that doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah, I think I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Anne can call in her own forces and like it turn it into I'm not trapped in here with you're trapped in here with me situation. Just because of just by virtue of her specific specialty in ways that Anthem cannot, because he's not a warden. He's like, and I don't know, like he might have warden practices, but I get the sense that Anthem's more like hit him fast, hit him hard, hit him with something so powerful that they can't ignore it. But like the ordinary family's too powerful for that. Like they're not gonna.
Right. Yeah.
Like you can hit one of them that hard, but there are like 10 other members of the family, and each of them is exerting an influence strong enough to completely overpower you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that makes sense.
I have another question with that. I'm looking up the quote right now because I think when they stepped into the arena, Anne said something like, "I'm not that impressed with what you're offering me."
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't have any need for what you're offering. Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So what the hell does that mean then?
Yeah, I didn't understand that quote.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this gets into like how well did I mean there are a few ways we can analyze this. One, how well did Rook read Anthem? Like how good of a bead does she have on him? Because if she has a really good bead on him, there could be another reason that Rook selected Anthem. The reason being, like, if the ordinary family works on the basis of wanting an ordinary life, I think that like and Anne like has her pastiche of an ordinary life, but she clearly doesn't really give a shit about it.
Yeah.
Like, I think that she has one of the most ordinary lives of all the practitioners we've met, and it just fucking sucks, and she doesn't care.
Yeah, if she wanted to have that, she would have it.
Yeah,
She's very open about the fact that she's just doing it because it's like oh, it's easier to sort of tick those boxes, like the whole thing where she's like, oh, I'm married. It's she clearly doesn't give a shit about her marriage, but it's like kind of easier in a lot of ways if she just like presents as somebody who yeah, like is living a normal life or something, I guess.
absolutely.
But I think, yeah, to what you're saying, I can totally see Anthem being like if they're like, hey, we're presenting you with vibes of like what life was like back when Victoria was alive. Like
Exactly.
he'd be very susceptible to that. Yeah.
Like
I
he
see what you
wanted an ordinary life before all of this, and if they like he wanted to have the nuclear family type deal where he raised his daughters and his wife wasn't sick, and like if the ordinary family can latch on to that somehow, that's a weakness in Anthem that can be exploited.
So I guess this means Verona would have also been super effective against them.
Yeah,
Probably.
I think so. and that Lucy, in sort of Anthem's vein, for the same reasons that Lucy and Anthem really vibe with each other, would not be.
Yeah. Speaking of people that might betray Charles in a really vague sense, what's this about your coil theory, Elliot?
Oh, yes. No, that's from Jay. I'll let Jay introduce that because I'm not 100% sure where they're going with it.
Okay, so pivoting away from the sword moot and from Rook's whole fucking deal, I think I'll introduce this by saying I'll introduce this with the previous point, which is that in the general structure of the arc, I really love how what the Kenneteers are doing this arc. Of course, the arc is in absentia; they're sort of in exile, but they're also sort of they're running from a greater power, and the ways in which that manifests is very similar to. There's a pack dice stack on this, the fugitive practice. The fugitive practice is when you escape notice of an incarnate power, usually one of the main ones, like death, fate. There's also like justice or fortune. Fortune's a pretty important one. But the idea with a fugitive practice is that you can't stay very long in one place. You kind of wear out your welcome pretty quickly because the sort of hired hands or help of these incarnate forces, like they basically have infinite power with which to track you down and pursue you. So you're having to like constantly go into these. For normal fugitive practices, it's like these alternate reality spaces, like crossroads and paths where incarnate forces can't quite get to you because those forces don't exist on those paths. But those paths have their own dangers, and those crossroads have like people who don't want you there because you bring negative attention. So that was very much the dynamic of this arc. And I really love that because, of course, Ryan, the Proto-Aurum, was a fugitive of fortune. And so this arc kind of, like, as soon as I recognized, oh, hey, this is kind of like the fortune, this is kind of like the fugitive docs, like at the beginning of the arc, as soon as like the first chapter started and I saw what the arc was called and I saw what we were doing, and I saw that like we were being chased by fucking Tenant, I should have been like, the climax of this arc is going to be confronting Ryan because it perfectly mirrors his practice. So of course the climax of the arc is going to be mirrored in chasing him down while also being a fugitive yourself.
It's funny to touch on. It's funny to touch on the alabaster though. In between that, because her way of approaching a fight is running away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even make that connection.
This is the thing. The Wildbow, is particularly in the Otherverse, has mastered the art of obvious in retrospect.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
God, the alabaster connection was so obvious. I can't believe I missed that. Maybe that's why Ryan got the seat. Is that the alabaster defines the seat? So if it secretly it's slightly easier to become a judge if you're already running away from something. Which means that that's spoilers for 22.1, but which would mean that one of our Orem candidates is slightly more likely than the others, possibly.
Oh.
Actually, no, they all kind of fit that schema. In any case, it also makes sense for why the Orem kind of outplays them here, because obviously he's been playing this game longer than they have, and that was back when he was just a practitioner. Now, he when he was just a practitioner, he was outrunning greater powers. Now, he's a greater power. He's not going to get chased down by some practitioners. Can't reverse the game like that.
No, he's not gotten lazy and cocky, unfortunately, which is how that sort of reversal usually comes like that. And it feels like we're being led to believe that's Marisica's weakness at the moment.
We're gonna talk about her in a minute, but first I want to hear the end of this.
But no, I mean, it makes sense that he hasn't gotten lazy and cocky, because he was still in like fight or flight mode when he took the seat. So of course he'd just stay that way,
calcified like that. Yeah.
So we've been thinking about okay, so the plan goes, they lock Orem into a conversation so that he can't know what the market changes are, and then they set someone up for the contest, and they defeat him. The Orem seems to know his shit around that because of what happened to Avery. Which we will talk about later. And so it does not currently seem like that is the way that the Orem will be dealt with in this story. Elliot, on a recent recording of Pale Reflections, had an alternate idea for how the Orem might be dealt with in this story.
Well, so I'm still desperately clinging to the optimistic theory that we've had for a long while now, which is like maybe the Orem will just kind of be on the Kenneteers' side eventually, and I'm just continuing to try and get all the new information and like push a round peg into a square hole to keep that theory alive. So I think the reference, or the bit you're specifically referring to, was the idea that when we got introduced to the concept of what a coil is, and how they work, I think you can make the argument that presently Charles would represent more of a target for a coil than Charles's opponents. So my this theory would be like basically saying that I hope right now he's in the instilling chaos mode, and he's working up to confronting the person at the top of the corrupt pyramid, which would actually kind of be Charles right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think it's without merit. Entirely.
It becomes increasingly an optimistic take the more the Orem keeps not taking their side.
I do think there's a possibility that someone else is going to be overthrowing Charles sometime soon, and that's Marisica.
No, she wouldn't betray her allies like that.
No. Oh no, absolutely not. Because I keep getting stuck on this whole drop Kenneth into the abyss plan. Did she inform people of that? Did Charles know about that? Was he okay with the possibility of his whole throne suddenly dropping into the abyss? Was like, hello?
like that seems like an Orem and Marisica thing, but like, did Charles know about this? Liz probably didn't know about this.
Oh, Liz, no, I do not think Liz knew about this at all.
Like, oh yeah, we're gonna play chicken, except you're tied to the tracks.
Well, yeah, it was Marisica playing chicken with them. Like, she wasn't playing chicken. If anything, she gets a boon out of like the bluff getting called. It's not. Yeah, she was not involved in the chicken game. Like, she's playing
Yeah,
chicken with them.
yeah. I think that actually, in that context, Marisica and the Orem, like being willing to take power and overthrow, that's an interesting point. I also think that like in the spirit of emulating the coil but not living up to the coil, the Orem would absolutely, if it looked like Charles was losing or was going to lose, would absolutely try and like pull a 180 like that and take credit, maybe.
Yeah, he'd know which way the wind is blowing, let's say.
Yeah, like I don't think that he would. I mean, he expresses loyalty, or he expresses like willingness to go along with Charles's plans, but I don't get the sense that that's a very steadfast loyalty to Charles's faction.
I don't think Ryan does steadfast loyalty.
We've seen how he treats his friends.
He does to Ryan.
Yes.
I don't know. I just think I'm just. Oh yeah. Still, I think the interesting thing with the new coil information, I guess, is to tie that back to. Does that help us understand what this personal question that was answered for him at the end of his interlude in Arc 19? Like, what's up with that? Because that still sits to me as the big question mark around understanding where Ryan is right now. Is his interlude ended on this very important personal question being answered for him, and as long as we don't understand what that is, I think it's hard to fully understand exactly where Ryan's at internally.
Yeah. I think I thought back then that the question he had answered was that there was another option besides running away and succumbing to a greater power, and that option might just be taking a stand and fighting for something. But I have no idea how Ryan is interpreting that.
I mean, that can't be it at this point because he's been doing very much not that.
Yeah.
Which is like, yeah, I guess, like this is part of where the tinfoil of Charles being his target. Like maybe he pivoted to Charles being his target in that moment, because if the ultimate goal of the coil is to like take down the corrupt system and target the people on top of it, maybe seeing the Kenneteers being good like that, that was the moment where he's like, oh, these are not the corrupt bad people, and Charles is. I'm really just fully neck deep in copium right now.
I feel like if anything, though, he would have tried to take down the Alabaster if he was going to do that. Am I alone in that assumption? Because
I mean, she's not here anymore. Like
exactly, but I don't think he had I don't think he really. You didn't help. I mean, because I might have to reread his chapter, but like he seems to be definitely like struggling with these personal questions of like, you know, what even was my life and my stint as Orem? Like, what does it even mean? Like, why even bother?
What have I
very
achieved?
Existential stuff, and that hasn't quite come up because we haven't really gotten the chance to talk with him.
Avery had a chance, but she blew it.
Yeah, we saw that Avery and Verona figured out some information about him, about his history and what he's like, but they didn't get any of the crucial details yet. So I think I think we cannot answer that question yet because like we don't have the information necessary yet. Because there is a through line between that realization and his actions now, and I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, like there's definitely something missing. Nowhere near as many dots as whatever the fuck's going on with the Sable, but like
True.
there's a couple of dots with the Aurum that I'm like, there's still something that we're missing here. Whereas, yeah, like the Sable has about 10 question marks that are as big as that, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck is happening with this. He's also like the first judge that they called to give someone a trial, and he stepped out looking so cool, and then he just has not done a single thing since.
He's been around, hovering over Charles's shoulder, because he was there during the Alabaster trial. He was hanging out with Charles in his Carmine contest. Why? What the hell are you doing there, my guy?
If you I think a possibility that has definitely been presented and is like something that I think we are maybe meant to consider is that he's like this very strict form of originalist, and obviously thus like he'd want to keep a bit of a close eye on Charles as the guy who is like trying to mess with the Seal, not technically breaking any rules, but like I could see the Sable constantly hovering around him because like he's very much keeping an eye on him because he doesn't want him to break any of those rules. That doesn't quite add up though, but like that seems like a read.
The weird thing there is the Sable absolutely knew the Alabaster was dead the moment that happened, but he didn't tell Charles. He let Charles figure that out for himself, even though Charles asked. And I have no idea what's going on there. Like, none. But he's doing something. And I'm very curious.
He's deriving no amusement from having to enforce, or from enforcing the laws of the Carmine contest while Percival is contesting.
Oh, fuck, that was funny. Like, he 100% was just loving that. Like that bit where Charles is like, this shouldn't stand, and the Sable's like, oh, it absolutely shouldn't. Like, I can't read that as him saying that seriously. Like, I don't care what kind of person he is. There's no way he didn't say that at least 50% ironically.
Yeah, and this is part of why I think he might be the one to betray Charles at some point, because like he's totally making fun of Charles in that moment. And come on, man, I have no idea what the hell you're doing, but you've got to be messing with Charles on purpose to some extent.
I can't wait for this though to be another one of those things where when we finally get all the deets on the Sable, it's going to be like, oh, we probably should have been able to put that together. Like,
probably
it's going to feel obvious in retrospect.
The closest I can get to the articulation of the question, I mean, yeah, I don't know. The Aurum is dissatisfied with the idea of himself as a contradiction, a cheat who got himself position as judge, and it seems like that has to be the person, like that has to have something to do with the personal question that he has answered. But I again, we don't have the connective tissue.
Yeah, because that seemingly doesn't align with his recent actions. Yeah, which is, so maybe it's because it's all just part of the game he's playing. In conclusion, he's a goodie. You'll see.
I'm sure we will.
You'll all see.
We'll hold you to that.
Wait, no, shit.
Bold and specific prediction.
Cool. Well, I think is there anything else in this section of the notes?
I don't think so. I think we pretty much hit everything we wanted to talk about.
Yeah, there is maybe one. We haven't talked about what happened to Avery.
That is true.
Yeah. I guess I'm curious. I'm curious. Or should we save this for the There is the theory, the bold and specific prediction section.
Yeah.
In a little bit. Do we want to save Avery predictions for there, or do you have other stuff too?
I'm cool with saving it for there. At least mine.
I don't have a bold and specific prediction at all. I have no idea what's going on. But I'm good with saving it for there because at least I can speculate and discuss at that point.
Awesome.
Mhm.
Very tentative and inspecific.
Did you want to touch on this point, Mega, that you've
Yeah, speaking
done?
of predictions, like this story has been going for a while, and all three of us have been very involved in thinking about it, either through this podcast or through our live reads. And I'm wondering if, looking back, you had one of those moments where you touched on a story element or made a prediction that you were like, yeah, I was totally on the money for that one.
Oh shit.
I mean, personally, no. I think I've done a pretty consistent job at being not on the money in this story, if anything. I literally can't think of any examples where I've been right about predicting anything in this story.
On the last episode of Pale Reflections that I guested on, I boldly and specifically predicted, for many different reasons, that the story would end in Arc 13. This was not correct, but I'm still like
It certainly seemed like it was going to be.
it was not like as incorrect as it could have been.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't a flyby arc here. This was like the end of book 1 of Pales. Like I'm gonna take a smidgen of credit for that.
I continue to wish that I lived in the world where, like, so Wildbow's talked about, like, there was a consideration of a plan to take like 6 months off and do a story in between summer break and Arc 14. And I do think that would have been a hilarious 6 months. I get why, for Wildbow's own sanity, we didn't go down that path.
I also like, yeah. I think that in the vein of Pale was supposed to be a 6-month story. I don't know if we would have survived that.
Yeah, fair. But I just it would have been so funny to leave us all sitting on the ending of summer break for 6 months.
We would have gone mad.
Yeah.
Absolutely mad. Jesus.
For a certain definition of funny. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. When it comes to answering the question, though, in terms of partial credit, I still think my Miss will become the new Carmine thing was still very funny. Because I think I had all the thematic reasons for predicting that entirely correct. Like it being a counterpoint to Bristow and her actually sacrificing something to bring about her vision for the future.
Yeah.
I was just completely wrong about what that sacrifice would look like.
No, I see what you mean. You were kind of very much thinking in all the right directions. It was just like you got the final sum wrong, I guess. Like,
yeah,
it was very very close, really.
I absolutely agree. I'm giving you full credit on that one for sure.
Thank you.
For me, the predictions that I've made, because I've made a lot of correct predictions, but most of them have been pretty small, like contained to like within a chapter or two, usually. Like I make a lot of very correct short-term predictions, and I don't make a ton of long-term predictions generally. I still do have a favorite short-term prediction, which is immediately when Reggie appeared, I guessed their entire deal. I don't even know how. I was just like, well, this could be a thing. Like, what if it's just? What if Reggie is just like the like loose threads of the hollow, like of the hungry choir, just kind of amalgamated into a complex spirit. And like as soon as Reggie appeared, I think it was like we knew Reggie was a doppelganger. We knew that there's some similarity in composition to, or like a doppelganger-esque something. We knew there's some similarity in composition to Edith, and we knew that Gabe's old friend was hanging around them. And I just had, I just like described the mechanics of how that would work. Like, the Hungry Choir was probably bound before it would had completely processed Reagan, Gabe, and the others that had like died in the final couple contests. So the sort of matter that was like left over from that had nowhere to go, but was still consolidated in like that space. So the negative energy created from that just consolidated into a being. It didn't finish its cleanup job because it's currently in Brie. I don't know how I just stumbled onto that, but it was really fucking funny.
Actually, on a similar note, like, you know, I still have never really predicted anything right in the story, but I did there's a pace one shot that we're doing in All Packed Up 2 that I prepared for, you know, well, we thought the story was ending in arc 13, so prepared it like a year and a half ago at this point. And it had a character in it who was a spiritual surgeon. And I made up a whole practice for them, and it basically was just a shittier version of Griffin's deal. And so it was this thing where, yeah, like, you know, Griffin came up in the story, there was Edith's spiritual surgery, and it was like, well, fuck, this is just a cooler version of the thing I wrote. And so now I'm still needing to find a replacement for that character because I don't want to have a character who's just a shittier version of what we saw in the story. But it was funny. There was like a lot of overlap. So a little part of me was like proud that I'd gotten pretty close, but then also it was like, but Wildbow still managed to make it cooler. And I was like, well, now this is nothing.
Yeah, I've definitely made up practices and then seen Wildbow's versions and been like, oh,
Yeah, that's
Wildbow
better.
did like just like a slightly cooler version of it.
Yeah, he has a knack for this stuff.
He certainly does.
But yeah, I guess it's probably that time then for me to start hitting you both with the regular questions that we always force everyone to answer as a part of this. So I'll kick off with the big one, which is, which Canet other would be your first choice for familiar?
I have a few answers to this. The obvious choice for me is Luna Hare. I just think that she's great. She's the best. She's like the best parts of all of the Kenneteers rolled into one being.
I also think balance is a good thing to strive for, and she has that.
Exactly. And like, as a familiar, she would not like it wouldn't have to be like a super strict familiar relationship. She would probably do a lot of her own thing. I would probably do a lot of my own thing. Yeah, I don't know what that would look like exactly, but I like the foundlings as a concept too. I like interactions with the paths and Lost, and I think that would be fun. And I don't think that I would be a good finder, but I still want to dip into that sometimes. I also already have like a supernaturally great sense of balance, so I think it would be really, really funny for that to be even better. Because then I could just do insane shit. And I also don't have. I also have like almost no fear of falling ever. So we could work on that. So that's kind of like my joke answer. Not my joke answer. My obvious answer. My slightly more serious answer that I would actually probably do. This requires slightly. This is a slightly different version of the character than we see in the story. Like, I don't know if it would work as well if in her current variation, but okay. Would soot sleeves count as one of those powers that's like a super bad idea to familiar to, or just like a subverted familiar relationship? I'm leaning towards the latter, but I just wanted to like get a like litmus test of like, because it's a super bad idea to familiar pact to gods, but like something like like a minor divinity or something is fine.
I think you might end up in a similar role as one of her followers?
Like, and that's perfect, honestly. Like, I that's exactly what I'm gunning for. I'm pretty down for that.
Okay.
I'm picturing sort of a soot sleeves outside of Kennet, which is why I say like it's sort of outside of the bounds of the story, because I think that she's probably pretty good with where she is right now. But a soot sleeves outside of Kennet, just sort of like fresh out the dream world. I would sort of be like making negotiations on her behalf, helping her navigate the world of like innocence, but also like local practices, which I think that whatever practice I pick, that would probably be good for it. And then lending like whatever versatility my practice offers so that she and her subjects are technically occupying their niche without like struggling as much. I think that Soot Sleeves and I would probably have a more like professional relationship, as like I would be a knight or herald or ambassador to Soot Sleeves' kingdom, and then I would be able to form like closer friendships and relationships with a lot of her subjects and exercise parts of the familiar bond through them, probably because they count as the same person.
Yeah, I was actually going to say this might be a situation where you're looking at more of a domain familiar combo thing, because she's almost just as much a place as she is a person.
Well, but she's not a place. I mean, like currently in Kennet, she does have a keep, but like when she's first out of the book, she's not a place. She's like a person and kingdom who really is supposed to be fitting in a place that is not there anymore, which really fucks with like the historic, like with Elizabeth's site.
Right, yeah. I guess I always interpreted the like she is the kingdom thing as kind of she exists on some level as kind of a place, if not in
but a
literal
kingdom isn't
terms,
a place, Elliot.
symbolically.
A kingdom is a people.
Yeah, didn't you watch Thor Ragnarok at all?
Yeah, I guess good point.
But and also just incredibly useful to have a bunch of Soot Sleeves people around, backing you up in any case. Just as you're going around about your regular practice activities, they kind of do a lot of the regular familiar stuff just by being around.
Mm-hmm.
Also, again, the lost benefits.
Yeah.
Of just being able to interact with Lost and get onto the paths and see cool paths shit, but have someone else handle the actual expertise of dealing with the paths. Because, look, I think I'd do better with the paths than like lots of people. I think I could be a finder if I really had to, but oh my god, it would just be so much work and effort and anxiety to try and get everything right. I'm not enough of a gamer for this.
There was a fun discussion question on Pale in Comparison where they asked you to sort of like map your day job to what what would your job be sort of in the world of the practice. And I've realized like my day job is basically I think the equivalent of like the person who, once the Garricks have found a path and kind of learnt it and understood it, they like I walk through it with them and kind of see what it's about, and then like take that to other people and say, hey, this is their product now, this is what they're offering. Like my day job is to sort of experiment with new tech and then sort of provide recommendations for companies about how like whether it's useful for them to use. And like that's as far as I could see myself going with the paths. In reality, is it's kind of like you guys solve it, and then I'll do it with you. But I'm not pulling a Hazel or an Avery and just going blind into a new path. Absolutely not.
I think I'd be willing to run the wiki for a path, but
yeah,
that's running as I'll be doing.
I'll be like the Garrick who sits at home and theory crafts, but I don't actually go out much.
you didn't know, Mega, that clicking a specific sequence on the wiki page is actually how you enter that path. And so now you're on the path, and now you got to deal with it and solve it.
Oh, that's what cookie clicker is in the past, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I do have one final answer for the familiar question. I know I've been taking a while on this, but I like to think a lot about this. This is my crack answer. Look, it wouldn't work as well again with the position she's currently occupying in the story. If we got her out of that position, I think I'd be a good influence on Liz. I think I could fix her. I'm just saying. Like,
That's my answer.
Yeah, I was about to say
is
you and Mega, and it's not just you two. I think I think Liz has genuinely gotten about 20 to 30% of the answers since we started
dear
asking.
lords,
She's
really?
she's winning by a mile.
I've said it both previous times I've been on. It was Liz. Absolutely.
Usually with these sorts of caveats, it's always like,
Not as a city spirit.
yeah, not what she is right now.
Oh, even as a city spirit, I would have been okay with her, but she would have had to chill out first.
Yeah, the problem's extremely personal.
See, that's the thing is like, she doesn't have to chill out for me. She just has to not be a city spirit.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Like, I'm all right with it, assuming I'm not in like, well, okay, but like, I don't know. It depends on the circumstances, of course, and like whether I think that this is a sacrifice that I'm willing to, like, or like a job that I'm willing to take on. But if we're aligned enough that the familiar ritual is an option, like assuming I'm assuming that these people like want this each time, because like I'm not binding any of these people probably.
Probably, okay.
You don't want to rule anything out.
Liz would be the only one that I'd maybe bind, but like that's not like I would not bind her into a familiar relationship.
Yeah.
That's not going to be that's not going to work out for me. In any case, I like Liz is dangerous and subversive and tricky, but in ways that I feel like I can handle. And I think that as a familiar, I would be able to keep enough of an eye on her that like I would be okay until she chilled out.
Fair.
Whereas with as a city spirit, the power differential is such that like I would have to be working as her servant, and like I would never be it. Like she would always have way too much power. Like in a regular familiar ritual, like in a familiar relationship where she's just a doppelganger, the power differential I think is more equal. Whereas if she's a city spirit, she has access to anyone in the city, like mannerism wise. Like she has so much more capacity for manipulation. And she has so much more awareness of like everything that I'm doing that like because what I'm essentially going to have to be doing during the early parts of this relationship is counter manipulation. Like seeing manipulation tactics and getting in the way of them or like neutralizing them somehow. And I don't think I can do that if she's a city spirit.
Fair.
But it's interesting that like we took different parts of the not list in her current situation.
Well, about that, Liz used to be my answer every time. I think I've changed my mind after seeing how she treated Kira Lynn and the other negatives. I think I'm okay with giving it up at this point. But in the interest of not getting any smarter with my decisions, I might look towards the Turtle Queen instead.
Bold.
I considered the Turtle Queen too.
Because I think in a lot of ways, the thing she's struggling with right now is how to be a person within other people on equal footing. And I think in many ways that's something I've struggled with also, from like an autistic perspective. And I think in that sense, I could really help her out. And on the other side, I think one thing the Turtle Queen has that's fairly admirable is that uh, she's very difficult to budge. Like if she decides to stick to a point to want something, she will go for that. And I think that's something I could benefit from in my personal life.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I considered the Turtle Queen for a lot of the same reasons. And I think that we're also considering Liz for a lot of the same reasons, because
Yeah.
that's also partially my logic for Liz. Is Liz is not in the same position exactly, but is in that position of struggling to exist with people on like and struggling to be a person
Yeah.
in that same way.
Yeah, my reasoning for Liz used to be that what I could give her was a more stable identity, like something to ground her and let her feel comfortable without this constant anxiety that she has. And what she could give me is like her social butterfly tendencies, an ease to get into new communities and make friends and that sort of thing. Whereas with the Turtle Queen, I think the roles are almost kind of reversed, where what I give her is my social skills, and what she gives me is her steadfastness and her grounding, which is kind of funny.
That's really interesting, because I sort of see the roles with me and Liz as reversed, because I see Liz as she has a very strong sense of self, even though she has a bunch of anxiety. Like, she has a very strong sense of self and struggles with interacting in any relationship that is equitable, or any. She has troubles with trust
Mm-hmm.
and existing as a person with regard to trust. So what I what I would give her is, because I'm very socially competent in terms of like looking at someone, knowing their motivations, and like I'm very good at consciously analyzing the tactics that people are using in conversation and interaction. I am more resistant to those tactics, and thus I can defend myself for long enough that she can learn to trust me. I'm not. I can defend myself from manipulation without relying on manipulation.
Yeah.
And what she can give me, I mean, I guess I hadn't thought that far ahead, but I mean, in any of the practices that I have considered for myself, I feel like she's a good fit.
Yeah.
Where she would generally lend competence. The idea of being able to tap into the ethos of like the general like group vibe and skills, and skill set,
Mm-hmm.
is such a fucking cool idea.
Right? That's
Mm.
exactly why I picked it at first, because that's fucking amazing.
It's incredible. Like I don't know how, and like to not be noticed too.
Yeah. You can just blend into a group, just hang out, you know?
Like it obviously does get weaker as you move away from innocence, which
Mm-hmm.
limits how much you can but also I can mitigate that, because then if I'm there providing enough of a blueprint for her to work off of, then we can get further away from people, and that could also help. Like if she spent less time around people, I think that would actually be good for her. Like enough, if she spent less time around innocence, I think that would actually be good for her. Which says something about what her position is currently. But for instance, the practices I've considered are very like glamour. Like this would be perfect for glamour. Enchantment, being able to manipulate and see connections. This lends some effectiveness to that. Like being able to infiltrate groups like that. And a recent one that I like, Wildbow just like wrote some things about, and they appeared in the updated practices chart that I keep track of. I don't know who edits it, but they're very prevalent apparently, because some things that appeared in my Discord were up there in like 24 hours. In any case, mask practitioners, I really want to know more about them, but from what Wildbow's written so far, it seems like that would probably be my practice, and that's like taking or basically building identities around archetypes and skill sets that can be used and navigated through and capitalized for dramatic effect.
Yeah, I'll admit, I haven't really thought of this in context of what it would do for my practice, because I haven't really thought about what my practice would be. I'm more thinking about it as within my personal life as it is now.
That's fair.
What kind of elements would I benefit from? And I think in that case, I'm not unhappy with the Turtle Queen as a thing. In part because it's also kind of domainy, like you make the environment around you more attuned to you, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that.
Assuming you don't get converted.
Listen, I would probably... Listen, the Turtle Queen has an extremely cool aesthetic, and being converted to that isn't the worst thing in my life.
That's true.
You could do worse, for sure.
And the Turtle Queen's like very open to negotiation. Like, as a familiar, she's definitely not a bad option. Like, you basically, like, even if she will, like, occasionally, maybe you will walk into a situation and suddenly the street will be golden and everyone will be worshipping her, and then you'll be like, not now.
And maybe they'll also be worshipping me. Who knows? Who knows what kind of wounds I can get out of that?
I think an interesting thing to consider here is I could see a situation where part of the deal is she does get to own you sometimes, right? Like completely arbitrary numbers, like 4 hours a day, you are subsumed by the Turtle Queen as part of the arrangement.
Also, how does it feel? Like, and we know that Monty has her hand on his shoulder, metaphorically. So, like, the idea of, like, partial ownership is maybe on the table. So
I don't get the impression that that's a thing she does.
Like, not partial as in, like 50%, like owning all of you 50%, but like owning like parts of you.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Like you get my left arm.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things about her interactions with Monty is that she can apparently see into like things adjacent to reality, and that also sounds fucking cool. And I want to part of that.
Yeah. Yeah, get those extra dimensional powers. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Spirit is like one of the most versatile.
Yeah, exactly.
Like practices and oh fuck, we've run into the me actually pronouncing this word on audio, but I pronounce it like boog.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've been specifically avoiding using the term. So,
but I think that like they count as spirit for many purposes, so
yeah,
they can dip into warrens and stuff.
That's my answer.
I haven't heard. I'm sure, Elliot, you do have an answer, but I haven't heard it.
Oh, no. These are the questions for the guests.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
We go through this every time, Elliot. This is the third time I've had to hold you to this.
I don't remember what answers I've given in the past, actually. I don't, because I find this hard just because I think familiar is the big three ritual that appeals to me the least, probably.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I think my answer's biscuit if you're going to force me to pick someone.
That's pretty much entirely unsurprising.
Yeah. Like honestly, like Yeah,
Are you ready to have your breakfast cereal spiked?
kind of. Yeah.
Sounds like a perfect relationship to me.
But like especially after her interlude, I think I really vibe with that other side of Biscuit that just was like a bit of a like hopeless romantic and a dreamer. Like as much as there's like I think that interlude was so great for exploring the other side of her, like the side of her as a person. And I think we could genuinely like get on like as friends. And I think like that's yeah the other side of it.
Mm-hmm.
I like that answer.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I'd hopefully be a good influence on her as well, and she might be a good influence on me. Get her to drug people a little bit less.
Just a little bit, though.
Yeah. Can't harsh the vibe too much.
Yeah, like that whole thing in her interlude, where at the end of the interlude, she was like giving her stuff to the evil practitioners and stuff. It was a bit like, well, you know,
I mean, that's just
yeah,
objectively
technically
hilarious.
biological warfare or whatever, but like I thought it was fine.
Yeah, there hasn't been like a Can It Found convention yet. You're fine.
They didn't say anything about biological warfare in the moot, so we're good.
Exactly. Biscuit would have kicked their ass if they did.
Yeah, also, and then I guess the other big question that we ask everyone is who is the best Kenneteer? And I will say, Jay, I'm seeing what you've written here, and
And
I'm happy for you to explain it and go into it, but I will
and
not be accepting it.
yeah, in being consistent, of course, I have to say that the obvious answer for me is Luna Hare.
The third, fourth Kenneteer.
Okay, look. She has an animal mask. She is the same age as all of the Kenneteers. She travels between the three Kennets frequently. She likes to help out. She is Snowdrop approved. She frankly, if I may say so myself, she is the only one who's been in Kennet for like the past few days. Really, like fighting on the fronts, running messages, being one of Kennet's. Well, not a practitioner exactly, but like Snowdrop's a Kenneteer, so like Luna's definitely a Kenneteer.
Also, Miss is kind of her magical mum.
Exactly. You know, Miss chose the Kenneteer. Miss is the ultimate validator, obviously, of who is a Kenneteer and not, because Miss, of course, chose the Kenneteers, and Miss validated Luna so much that she validated Luna into existence.
Yeah, not to harsh your, not to burst your bubble too much, but Elliot literally just changed it to OG Kenneteer just to spite you.
Oh my god! Oh no! You can't. Oh fuck! Oh no! Oh no! You can't do that.
You two have this question easier than anyone else because now there's only two choices. We've been making everyone else pick out of three, but
Listen.
now that Avery's dead, there's only two. It's easier.
I've seen this. It's the Monty Hall problem. This is where I need to switch. I've always stuck with Verona, but now I need to switch to Lucy. And thank you for the extra 33% chance.
See, what really happened here is because we all have the same answer. We all just decided to make it interesting in different ways.
Yeah, because to be clear, I think this is going to be the first ever clean sweep. Like, if we are talking OG Kenneteers, I think all three of us would say Verona.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to admit, Avery inches closer and closer to taking the spot every day. Well, she did. She's not inching much anymore, but
what was it? The arms, good attempt.
Yeah. Yeah, she almost got there, but she just didn't make it the last couple of inches.
Yep. Yeah, I've the one who's come closest to Verona for me has always been Lucy, but I think Verona still takes it because, like, I relate to her way too much. And while I admire Lucy, Verona is still my girl.
It's funny because I think Verona has actually lost me in the last handful of arcs.
Oh,
From a
yeah.
relatability standpoint, because she's gotten her shit together, and that has drastically decreased the ability. Like, I think I relate a lot more to Arc 11 era Verona than I do Arc 21.
That's
which,
valid.
which is like, yeah, this weird thing where now, like, because Avery was always kind of the one where it was like, I don't necessarily relate to her, but particularly around Arcs 14, and so you'd be like Avery was someone to kind of aspire to be, which is a weird thing to say about like a fictional 14-year-old girl. But now Verona kind of sits in that same thing where it's like I don't relate to her as much, but you can kind of look at her and be like, well, that's the sort of thing I should probably be trying to aim for in terms of big picture balance and stuff.
Got it. Elliot relates most to the Kenneteer who is having the worst time.
Yeah. Yeah, basically. I think I'm on record as saying that like Brett is probably the character I'd compare myself to the most in a lot of ways. So like, yeah, like I there's certain points where people just start to leave me behind.
At least flatter yourself a little and compare yourself to Nibble.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's
Like, I don't see Brett recording a podcast.
he's
Or Sheridan.
yeah. Actually, Sheridan probably would be better than Brett. Yeah,
The loser.
yeah. Loser with a capital L. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except that then you have to interact with the paths a little bit more.
That's fine as long as I'm not like I don't think a loser would have to go there much, right? Like you're kind of opening the thing, shoving stuff through, bing bang boom, you're done.
Yeah.
It's the running them to completion part that scares me from the part for the paths.
Fair.
Like you know how like when you go on a vacation somewhere, like if you're a tourist, there's like the version of being a tourist where you really integrate in the culture and do it properly, and then there's like the very touristy version of being a tourist where you do the guided tour and you don't get off the bus or whatever. For me, that's what I'm going for with the paths. I'm not looking to integrate to the culture properly. I just want to sit on the bus, and I'll go to the start of the promenade and I'll check it out from the safety of the starting area, and that'll do me.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess we're now up to the in absentia definition part. We tend to quickly go through what the arc title could have meant. So the definition of in absentia, in case anyone needs it, is just to not be present at an event that is relevant to you. Like Malia, we had her on for the opening episode of this arc specifically, so she could go through all the legal mumbo jumbo. So if you need an update, go re-listen to that. But yeah, I guess what did in absentia mean to you?
I mean, we touched on it a little already with what Ryan did, his ploy at the end of the arc, and also a little bit of what the Alabaster tried with the whole running away from her own tile.
Yeah, and then obviously like the Kenneteers being fugitives and being away from Kennet is the very obvious one.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to also pitch the model that the Kenneteers have for the judges' jurisdiction and power being largely based on what slips through the cracks as kind of tying into in absentia in the sense that like when the handling of that stuff is absent by everyone else, it falls to the judges, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. I'm trying to tie it to also something else with the handling of. I don't think this thought is coming together.
Fair.
Fun. Avery's kind of absent from being alive? Question mark.
Yeah.
Mariska's doing a lot of her like government and quote unquote government in absentia, like indirectly.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting idea. Charles is present along with the Red Heron people, but is in absentia in that he won't directly associate with them, even though everyone knows that he's their patron.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yep.
Cool. Well, I guess
Sable's in absentia in that he
from the story.
He doesn't do shit. What the fuck is he? What the fuck is he here for? Sorry.
Yeah, that's like we did that practitioner tier list back in Arc 17, and we're planning on updating that and all packed up too. And we had a tier for escape to the story.
Oh yeah, Y was in that, right?
Yeah, Y was in there. He's getting demoted out of that for sure. That'll be one of the first things we do. He got an interlude like 3 weeks later, but the Sable at this point would be sitting pretty firmly in that tier. I don't expect him to make it like that till the end of the story.
Which is
but, like,
weird because he has been around.
yeah, but he hasn't. Like he's been there, but he's not been there in spirit.
Yeah.
he's, yeah. So I guess we'll see. But yeah, I guess this takes us to the bold and specific prediction time. So yeah, I mean the heading here is still kind of what's the end game for the story, but I think I should probably remove that because I think we kind of know what's the deal there. So just any bold and specific predictions are welcome.
I think Avery has gone to meet her wolf again. There has been a lot of wolf and deer imagery surrounding her since a while, but the wolf has been coming up more and more. And the last time Avery saw the wolf on the promenade, I think, he basically told her that in this case, she basically told Avery that she already had her, that she just didn't know it yet. And that leading up to the mirrored imagery of one deer getting shot and then another deer getting shot, I think she might have ended up on like another part of the Forest Ribbon Trail that most practitioners don't see.
Okay. Extending that idea, I mean, we've obviously seen the wolf come up in dreams as well. I remember that was what led me to my tinfoil around the wolf becoming a meteor and landing in Kennet back in Arc 13, which I guess was kind of somewhat on the money for the founding. I just had the wrong person, but like I guess as Avery, potentially starts to move towards death or whatever and becomes unconscious, even if she doesn't physically move to the paths, we've seen that the wolf kind of extends to her subconscious, like when she's dreaming. So, like there could even be stuff involving the wolf without her even needing to physically reach the paths.
Yeah, and I think a part of this is and I haven't been a Hazel theorist in a while now, but I think there is some fodder here for the how did Hazel get on the pass question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
there we go.
Pulling on the packed dice. I know I pull on a lot of packed dice stuff, but it's because I obsessively read this stuff.
Oh, that's good. I to be clear, I've only read half of the collector doc. That is my entire pack dice knowledge.
Incredible. I've read the entire 48-page Hyde document like many times. I'm like, I'm deep in this. In the Pathrunner document, which is not very complete.
Oh, I imagine Wildbow's saving some of that till Pale is done.
It details what happens if you don't run the Forest Ribbon Trail, because that's one thing that like if all finders run the Forest Ribbon Trail that we know of, like all finders and pathrunners. If you don't run the Forest Ribbon Trail, you don't establish a set relationship with the wolf, and you don't establish like the same relationship with the paths. So you can have like different methods of encountering paths. For example, the approach to paths can change. Like the like you have a strictly linear progression across paths. Each path has to be solved in order. Or Pathrunner finishes their first path to find a starting ground they can enter by dreams with 12 doors. Effects from paths beyond the 12 are vastly reduced. So like you can stumble into these different frameworks of encountering paths. But relevant for this is you can stumble into different relationships with the wolf, like the pursuer, the wolf seeks the path runner and every once in a while will catch up, initiating unavoidable, brutal, and abrupt confrontation. That sounds a bit like Hazel.
Yeah, for sure.
The Whisperer. The wolf comes in phases of increased, peak, decreased, and non-existent activity and interacts with Lost on the paths and with any allies of the path runner, seeking to inform and equip enemies against the path runner while removing allies, stepping into act when the path runner is alone. So like the wolf can become a much more active force in sabotaging the path runner.
Yeah.
The terror is like there are riddle-like conditions for the wolf appearing, similar to the promenade. And the invader is that the wolf appears in the individual's dreams, not even necessarily on the paths, especially after defeats. They appear in Alcazar-like environment of the path runner's past traumas or in a riddle that must be worked out.
Well,
if the wolf gets... Yeah, like...
That's interesting.
That sounds like what we were talking about.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring this up in context of Avery has had a strange relationship with the wolf.
Yeah.
And Avery did not necessarily
technically
complete the
run. Yeah.
Forest Reuben
Sorry.
Trail. Yeah. So, but like that hasn't necessarily been noticeable because of Snowdrop, I think.
And also
Like,
work
she
with the
has
gags.
And what?
The fact is that most of the time she's gone on the pass and met the wolf, she's done so in the company of the gags who have run the Forest Ribbon Trail the normal way. So, you know, it kind of averages out that the wolf just appears the way it does to them, even though if for Avery alone the rules might be different.
I think it's also the wolf fulfills a specific function within that path, so it might be a little different in that context, just because it had, like, you know, because it's part of the script for that path, I guess.
That gets into, but like this gets into very weird notions of, like, I don't know. For elsewhere in the Pathrunners document, it explains how with the Forest Ribbon Trail, like they have options, like there will always be 1 to 5 paths that will make themselves known to the Pathrunner over time if and when they get stumped. Like, that's the boon of that's like one of the central boons of the Forest Ribbon Trail. So Avery doesn't have that necessarily, but the idea of like you're fated to come into possession of answers. I'm trying to think about like the influence of fate in the paths, and I suppose whether Avery was in some sense fated to encounter another path where the wolf had a role, because that seems pretty rare.
Yeah.
Like we haven't heard of any paths where the wolf has a role other than the promenade and the Forest Urban Trail.
Yeah.
Although they didn't think it was too abnormal on the promenade, so presumably it has happened before.
Yeah, and the only other time we've seen Avery run into like a core aspect of it has been with the Finder, this arc. So there is probably something there. Oh yeah, and the Page of Suns, obviously. But yeah, we know the rules there.
I forced myself to quit Pisces theorizing cold turkey like 2 weeks ago. So if I'm not engaging in this section much, it's just because I'm trying to maintain.
We're making you backslide here.
Yeah, exactly.
But was Avery fated to encounter the promenade and thus encounter the wolf?
Who knows?
Because she never resolved that dispute from the Forest Ribbon Trail.
Yeah, I think the lack of resolution there is a good point to go off of.
Yeah, I mean, the wolf was pretty consistently in every appearance with Avery been all like, I have you and I'll see you again. Like, you know, classic wolf crap. So it would sort of make sense. Like, that would lean into what you're talking about for sure.
And also, like, swearing the boon companion as her familiar is basically telegraphing to the wolf, fuck you, this will never be resolved.
Yeah.
So I love the idea that Avery is going to encounter the wolf.
Yeah. Thank you for validating that prediction, something fierce.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in engaging with my tactic of just throwing spaghetti at the wall, so some of it hopefully sticks. Another option I've been considering is that the Sable or the Aurum have her, and the reason, we're getting into 22.1 and potentially 22.2 territory here, but the reason the reason Verona can't ping Avery. I'm thinking of the one time we've seen somebody create a big black box that prevents any sort of connections or the normal rules from applying was when the Sable locked up Edith during her trial, and she could speak things and not get forsworn and all that jazz. So we do know that the judges have the ability to create a little box that you can put someone in and they can't communicate with the outside world. So they've got to be, I think, considered as options for where she's ended up.
Ah, so that's what the Sable's doing is the Sable has kidnapped Avery. And that's he's finally decided to do something, and it's kidnap Avery somehow.
Either that or the Aurum's got her because that fits into his plans to take down Charles.
No,
yeah.
I mean, well, okay.
How does it do that? I couldn't tell you, but it's in there somewhere. It's all coming together.
Or America is standing next to her, and every time Verona's like, Avery, 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 she goes, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
I have another prediction for who will eventually become the Aurum. And you're gonna find this very weird. It's Albiana.
You know why? I love that.
Yeah, purely based on A Christmas Carol.
Oh my god. I mean, but it's not a bad theory. She seems to be into the market.
She does.
But also that sounds like so much work. Being literally the dude of work. Oh, it sounds like so much work.
Listen, if it's fun work, she's fine.
But also, I think it's for Alpi, what is life except complaining about work? This is the biggest promotion ever because she's going to have so much more work to complain about.
That's
and
true.
That sounds like a dream for her.
But also, it would be kind of tragic. I don't know. Alpi's made it centuries. Aurum's going to be around. What? 30 years max.
You have such little hope, such little faith in Alpi.
And depending on where you're at with immortality, some people might be like, fucking hell yeah, a life limit. I'll take it.
True. So Monty should be the new...
Yeah. I don't know. It feels kind of tragic for almost anyone to take a judgeship. Is the problem with judgeship predictions.
Yep.
It's you have to be pretty bottom tier situation wise for it to be this is good for you.
We should have just let Reed take it.
But then you lock it in as a bottom tier thing,
Yeah, exactly.
But maybe now that the alabaster is gone, we can work on that. I don't know. Because I don't know how it works in other areas, but who the fuck cares how it works in other areas? The practice is very localized. So in my head, if the alabaster is the prototype for how judges are supposed to work, and we just removed the prototype, then we got some wiggle room. There was that conglomerate of 4 goblins who tried to take the car. They didn't succeed, but that would have been interesting. I don't know. What if the Aurum just retired?
I had the idea that might be possible by grooming a different seat, a different judge role, and then abandoning duties to it. And that's kind of what I thought was going on this arc before the reveal at the end. But yeah.
I mean, I think that he kind of demonstrates that that's almost possible.
Yeah.
I've joked that the Aurum is. I've joked that Ryan is just slowly inching, just slowly kind of. By the time the story ends, he'll rule over 20 acres in Alaska. He'll be way the fuck gone from this entire area. I think that would be really funny. Anyways, he'll just conquer a little bit and then inch a little bit back and then conquer a little bit and then inch a little bit back.
Yeah, Aurum of the North Pole eventually.
Aurum of getting the fuck out.
It's the wrong color, Elliot. The carmine of the North Pole makes way more sense.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas.
He did already play the role of Santa
He
for
did.
Seth. I mean, we talked about his appearances as the devil, but he did lean into his Santa imagery for Seth.
Yep.
And that kid should have got a lump of coal instead, I reckon. But that's fine. Cool. Well, I think that. Oh no, Jay, you haven't given a bold and specific prediction. Oh, you almost slipped through the cracks there.
Ah, fuck. All right. Bold and specific predictions. If I made any of those jokingly in my live read, I don't think I have, but that would be really fun. Let's see. I don't know if I've got anything, because I definitely don't know what's going on with Avery.
It's not. Yeah, I mean, this is the bold part, right? You do. I could certainly speak for myself when I say you don't have to pitch something high probability.
Well, I know I'm being tentative now, but I can adopt a veneer of boldness very quickly.
We know.
All right, here it is. Bold and specific prediction. We are eventually going to be watching a bit of a slow burn. And it's not going to be between Anthem and Jazz. It is going to be between Anthem and Miss. I know it seems unlikely.
I love
it seems
that.
really unlikely right now. But I think that they're growing on each other.
Enemies to lovers.
Enemies to lovers. It's a tried and true.
Yeah,
trope.
That's why she didn't want to let him go. That's why she didn't want to commit to reducing his sentence.
Oh my
God!
God!
Want him to leave. It's all coming together. This is the one thing that would make me back off the Anthem Jazz ship / shit posting, because Miss still kind of counts as one of Lucy's mums. So
absolutely,
you still kind of get the whole Lucy connection. I can really get behind this. This is a very fun prediction.
And you know that it's not going to be Jazz and Miss. There's too much bad blood there.
Oh yeah, that's when bad blood starts counting.
Yeah, that's where the love triangle really hits its stride. This actually, yeah. So, I guess a little preview for everyone. We will be holding a sword moot, maybe this week in the regular episode, to discuss certain Pale Reflections lore, and I'm definitely going to be bringing this Anthem shipping stuff to that.
Fantastic.
Glad
to contribute.
Yeah. Well, so I guess we'll be back. We'll do a quick back to Pact after this, but we'll do the outro for those listening who haven't read Pact. So I mean, yeah, thanks for joining us, both of you. This was as demonstrated by the length of the recording I'm looking at right now. This was a fun session.
Yeah, what an arc to get to look at. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Absolutely.
The Kenneteers finally reunited in each other's banners. It's all uphill from here, especially for one of them.
I mean, there's nowhere else to go, is there?
It doesn't seem like it. But yeah, so thanks for joining us. Do you have any other plugs you want to do? I'll selfishly remind everyone that you both do very good live reads on our Discord that are worth checking out.
I also have my own server where I sometimes run Otherverse-related content, usually just creative prompts or discussions. The link to that can be found pinned in my live read channel on the Doof Discord. I know that's a bit of a convoluted way to do that, but maybe we can sneak that link into the show notes for this episode too.
Yeah, I can do that. And sorry, if you go to the show notes and they're not there, come back in 2 days, because what's happened is I've forgotten and somebody will remind me, and then they'll be there.
And I also run just a bunch of other content if you want to hear my commentary on things, or if you want to participate in other creative prompts or discussions. It's a fun time.
Yeah, and for me, my username on Reddit is Megafire7, and you'll occasionally find a post of mine come by on the subreddit, and in which case I hope you read it, because I put a lot of work into those.
Yeah, there's you've had a number of great essays on that Reddit account. Awesome. Well, yeah, I guess yeah. So thanks for joining us. Just to quickly run through this outro, because usually I have Reuben to do half of it. We've got a Twitter at Power Reflectcast. We post memes there.
Terrible memes.
Every day.
Memes. That deer hunting meme was miserable.
Yeah, people did not react well to that one, despite the fact I was very clear. It was about the alabaster. Any resemblance to Avery's current situation is completely unintentional. Yes, the website doofmedia.com is the place to get all the info on the other Doof Media shows. One we haven't talked about for a while is Pale in Comparison, which is going through Pact. I think they're in the middle of Arc 13, so anybody who has read Pact will know what that means, and that's a very exciting time. There's the Doof Patreon, patreon.com/Doof Media to make these shows, and there's Wildbow's Patreon, patreon.com/Wildbow. He's the Aurum, pay your taxes. And on that note, let's get back to Pact.
Alrighty. So obviously there's a... I mean, I guess we could start with one of two things. Well, okay. Let's start with the fates of various Wildbow protagonists who have come into contact with abyssal...
yes.
Yes, abyssal realms and...
entities.
The through line from Avery's current situation to the end of Arc 7 of Pact is certainly there for the taking. I mean, I hope Avery's not copping what Blake did.
See, the good thing is she hasn't been forgotten yet, so her situation's a bit better than his was back then.
Yeah, although how much was the forgetting an element of falling to the abyss versus
it was
if that
both.
Makes sense? Like, well, yeah, they're related, obviously.
I think actually falling to the abyss was an element of the forgetting, like as people forgot Blake, the connections keeping him afloat disappeared, and then that's what sent him to the abyss. I also think that that's an interesting angle to see Avery in currently, since she's been having trouble holding on to her connections, not from the ends of the connections themselves, but from her end. And that might contribute to a difficulty kind of clawing herself out.
If she is in the abyss, anyway.
If she is in the abyss, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the forgetting thing, because yes, it was obviously Blake losing the connections that caused him to become too material and not immaterial enough that he plopped down into the abyss. But I think specifically the forgetting thing was in part like removes you from existence in a way that the spirits go out of their way to realign it so that you kind of didn't exist in the first place. Like it's them smoothing over what the demon does. Whereas like theoretically I could see someone getting all of their connections dampened or weakened in such a way that you don't forget them, but they become thin enough that that person can fall to the abyss, but not be forgotten. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously there's a huge overlap there, but it's like I could see, Avery falling to the abyss through very similar connection weakening means and not be forgotten. I'm not saying that's what I think has happened, but like mechanically I can see a way that can work.
Yeah.
Where the abyss fall happens, but you can still remember her.
I also think that meta-narratively it's interesting that we're sort of doing this, because the fact that Blake went to the abyss makes me think it's like less likely that that's actually where Avery went.
Same.
Unless that's a way that it like.
Unless that's what Wildbow wants us to think.
If we were to do that, we would do it very differently, I think.
Yeah. I think it's also
Yeah.
interesting that this is happening like pretty much at the end of the story. I know we've said this a couple of times, but
Yeah. No, this time for realsies, it feels like
Oh
it's
yeah,
gotta be the end.
for sure.
but it's happening closer to the end of the story than Blake's situation was in Pact. And I think that's also interesting in where we're going with this.
Yeah, I mean, like
agree.
Blake's almost kicked off the second half of his journey and his transformation. Like it took a lot of what had been happening and made it quite literal in how he started to transform. Whereas like Avery's feels, and I think I talked about this a bit in the episode with Jenny a few days ago, but like whatever Avery's going through, the bullet wound or whatever, feels like more of a test in terms of like potentially backsliding in her journey. Like so much of what Pale has done is set the Kenneteers and everyone else on these journeys, but Wildbow doesn't let them just like solve their issues and live happily ever after. There are still always these sorts of ongoing challenges, and so like the difference for Avery versus Blake is like for Blake it kicked everything into second gear, whereas for Avery it's almost more. I expect it to be more of a challenge for her not to regress. So like obviously the alarm bells go off that it's Avery specifically that nobody can reach out to because she's got this history of fucking dipping connections and isolating herself. And so like I think whatever's going on with her is pushing on that part of her backstory, and will maybe be exploring like that angle, like a backsliding angle, basically. Like how is she now somebody who won't fall for the same mistakes she used to?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah,
especially if I'm right about this being a confrontation with the wolf. That would be a
very much so.
strong show of how much she's grown.
I also wonder. There's a. Okay, this is one of those times where I'm wondering if I'm really about to say something. Okay, yeah, sure. First of all, there's an element in Blake's story that I think could be interesting to bring back in a way. We saw that Avery, in her like contest self, going through the ruins, was very distant and didn't accumulate a lot of allies, and wanted to help, but was like trapped in her old ways. Of course,
Yeah.
This time has the potential to be very different. Hopefully, because she's grown. But
yeah,
like we saw that idea. We saw that one guy back in the earlier part of the arc who was like, "What does the Three Fingers Hunger Games thing mean to you?" And they were like, "No, we're trying to stop it." And dude was like, "All right, fuck out of here then." So I'm wondering, like, that seems to suggest to me that Marisica, while she's creating this religion, the Undercities and the Abyss that she's manipulating and that Charles is helping her create and everything, is not entirely aligned with her. Like, she's creating these movements there, but those things are also informed by the cities they come from, whatever was in the Abyss before. And basically, what if Avery was like around, like, what if Avery like starts to lead a resistance force against Marisica from the inside, like from underneath?
That would be a fun direction for the story to go in, yeah.
Because I think that that would be Avery contending with a lot of people who feel the same way that she felt back when she was losing a lot of her connections, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I like it as a kind of ultimate test of these abilities she's gained to form networks is doing it with people in a place like the Abyss or something.
Especially since she's like kind of comfortable with goblins, but she's always had this like primordial discomfort with the real ugliest parts of the practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she's not Undercity compatible.
Exactly. And the Abyss is like, and I mean, the Undercity, which, like, these are people from the Undercities. These are denizens.
Yes. So it seems the line between Charles's Undercities and the Abyss gets a little bit patchy at times.
Exactly. But yeah, neither of them are particularly compatible with Avery. I mean, in some sense, they're all the things that she despises.
Yeah.
Which in some sense makes me think she is going to the Abyss, because that seems like it would be worst for her. But
Yeah.
also going to the Wolf seems like it would be worst for her.
Almost by definition.
Yes.
Yeah, it is the antagonist.
But also the Abyss had, like, now that we're in this part, what I held myself back from saying is, like, remember when Blake was in the Abyss and the Abyss was just like, hey, here, have the like little visions of Rose doing stuff just to fuck with you. Or not even that, the Blackfish.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
the Abyss creates shit to fuck with you in ways that are different but very comparable to the Wolf.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
I'm wondering how Avery would deal with that.
Yeah.
I kind of really want it to be a thing now.
This is like this because it felt to me, particularly in the first 13 arcs of the story, like Pale was kind of intentionally avoiding touching the Abyss too much. Especially because it was like Pale and Pact are meant to be alternate entry points to the universe, but it's kind of like as Pale has kept growing and kept kind of thematically encompassing more and more of this universe and like overtaking Pact in any sense. It's like I think when Marissa and Charles started to get this focus, it was a bit like you can't keep keeping the Abyss out of this story because their whole MO of burn it all down and hope something better grows out, that is just what the Abyss is. Like, it's absolutely no accident that Marissa has turned herself into a goddess that's based in the Abyss. Like, that is just everything these two are about is just what the Abyss represented in Pact. And yeah, like as Pale becomes more and more a response to Pact that is like over encompassing everything Pact was talking about, it's like like the Abyss just represents sort of what Pact was talking about, which is just like we need to do change of some kind. And as Pale is examining how you do it well, how you do change productively, of course the baddies are more aligned with the Abyss, which is just trying to churn shit all over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But like we also saw like impact the I guess good parts of the Abyss. Like I forget her name. I guess that's the Abyss cursing me, but the witch.
Yeah, Zoe Latana.
Yeah.
But see, the thing about the Abyss, the Abyss looks good when you compare it to demons.
Oh well, yeah. No. I'm saying that those things exist in spite of the Abyss, not because of it. Like I'm not saying like I'm saying that it would be interesting to see the Kenneteers in the Abyss because it would be good. Because like they could draw out good aspects of it.
In much the same way they've done with the Undercity, and we're exploring like good boogeymen like Killwagon more in Pale. Whereas even in Pact, the most sympathetic boogeymen were probably Blake and Green Eyes, and they did a couple of murders and cannibalisms.
I mean, yeah, but like, come on.
I mean, they would do sharps, so like it doesn't really count. But
like,
listen,
and
that one guy that basically dared Blake to stab him, that guy had it coming.
Yeah,
let's
come
be real.
on, Malcolm the Benevolent totally deserved it. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Stab me? There was also the Faceless Woman. The Faceless Woman was pretty chill. The Revenant was not of the Abyss necessarily, but was pretty. It's not chill.
You may have different definitions of chill than we do.
Okay, look. When Blake was a karmic sinkhole, come on. Of course, you're gonna go after him a little bit.
Yeah, that doesn't count. That's
rearrange your friend's face a little bit. Just play a little prank on someone.
Yeah, that doesn't count because it was a prank.
It's just a prank,
bro.
But yeah, no, it's like I guess coming back to like Avery's, like yeah, I agree that as the story has stopped kind of avoiding the abyss, it would be very fun for some of the Kennedys to have to explore dealing with it. And like yeah, Avery is definitely the one who would do the worst at it, which is why she's the most fun to potentially kick in there first. I use the term fun a lot in these contexts as if I'm a fairy. Like I mean Marisica style fun, to be clear. Um,
Marisica might also mean that, like, this, she's just having fun with this.
oh yeah, yeah. Marisica's just in this for the lulz. I'm sure she's cooking up some other stuff too. But like, she's definitely she talks so much about how she's not a fairy anymore or anything. But like every time we see her, she's still just fucking shit stirring everyone and not answering questions. Like she clearly hasn't left it all behind.
Yeah. Oh, the other thing one other thing I was going to say in the rest of the episode that I didn't get to say because of packed spoilers was that I think you can also definitely have religious practitioners who are from religious practitioner families in like in the Otherverse, but I think that Pale has flinched away from that because Pact was so focused on demons. So I really
Yeah,
like that they're doing more of that. That Pale has like worked around. I mean, the other avenues for that are, of course, wild practitioners, discovery practitioners, and aware. And I think I would argue like others that were innocents would also be potentially that.
yeah, yeah.
Or like it'd be really interesting to that this is completely off topic, but it's been 4 hours. Like, come on, it's completely off topic, but like it'd be really interesting if there were others that were not human who were religious and were not like necessarily associated with that religion, but
Yeah, like it's not a centaur made by a Greek god or anything. Like that doesn't count.
there's an aware character in Punk, my own Pack Dice campaign, who is a Buddhist monk that is very interested in converting others to Buddhism so that they'll have better human life, like they'll reincarnate as humans or animals in their next incarnations and be able to like live more like better lives.
Can you imagine a goblin Buddhist monk?
He's not very successful, but
Yeah.
so others like hanging around him because he's very nice to them, and some of them are like starting to maybe be convinced, but it's just like this guy feeds us. He like respects us, even though we're like goblins and the scum of the earth or something. And I just find that a very fun dynamic because there are kinds of Buddhist monks who there's a kind of Buddhism that I've studied that is very much of the opinion that like even the worst demons are capable of converting to Buddhism and reaching enlightenment.
Mm-hmm.
That actually touches on a Sable or an Avery related prediction that I probably should have talked about earlier because Mega and I talked about this on the Discord earlier today. Uh, like tying in this is very tinfoily tying in the wolf theory that Megafire presented. I was thinking we know that the Sable is like the psychopomps of psychopomps, like tells the psychopomps how to act, and we don't quite understand how journeys to the afterlife work in the other verse. But I thought it would be very funny if it, like Avery's transition to death became very contested because it was like the wolf was laying claim to her, but also because she went to church or something, like some Christian force or something was laying claim to her, and so then there was like this weird trial over where Avery should go if she dies. And I don't think that's where it's heading, but I think that would be a funny situation for another part of the Otherverse to explore as a fucking trial over who gets to claim a particular soul.
That would be a cool short story.
Yeah.
That would also be a cool backstory for or not backstory, but like scheme for a fugitive of death. Like do a bunch
Yes.
of rituals to qualify yourself for a bunch of different like afterlives and then like when you actually die, play all the psychopomps and forces against each other and then run.
Yeah,
Good luck
exactly.
figuring this one out, fuckers.
Yeah, just create a bureaucratic nightmare upon your death. Oh god.
Yeah. Well, then, yeah. I guess I saw here like there was some. I think we talked about it a little bit in the episode on the chapter, but obviously, presumably Ainsley showed up.
And she's got plans. Like she's gonna interfere in the story, seemingly. Like she's going to be like the sort of practitioner force organizing against Marisica.
She just wants to make sure nothing breaches Jacob's bell, because that would be a disaster.
I do think that was funny that like the other guy she was talking to was just like, man, don't worry, like Charles and Mariska don't seem to be going near it. It's like, yeah, because even Charles and Mariska are like, I'm not touching that shit. Like, there's probably still a Barbatorum somewhere in there. Like, no, thank you.
Yeah. Or worse, a face all.
No, he fucked off.
I
He's still out.
know.
He's still out there somewhere. I'd love for him to show up in Pyre or something, just get the shit beaten out of him for some reason. I don't care what the pretense is. I just love to see Faisal get what's coming to him.
Yeah, but I just think it's very interesting that like the Behaims have sort of because we've seen a bit of the Duchamps throughout the story, and they seem to have changed absolutely not at all. They seem to be exactly the same assholes and motherfuckers that they were during Pact.
Yeah, I think I've had this discussion with other people, and it seems like it's very. I've always been under the assumption that the Duchamp family is a lot bigger than just this segment that we're seeing in Canada. If that makes sense, it's kind of like the Jacobs Bell related branch might have gotten completely fucked up, and that might have been the hub for like a huge chunk of Canada. But like, they're such an old family. I get the impression that like there were others in other places, so they're enough of an institution that
Oh,
like it was just
interesting.
one site that got lost. And I mean, I don't really know what evidence I'm basing that off. I've had this discussion with other people, and it's definitely questionable. But like, I think the Jacob's Bell arm only just represented a sort of single site, not the entire family.
I mean, that does make some sense when they visited the Lord in California. The Duchamps seemed to be like a fairly influential mechanism for practitioner like gossip and messages.
Yeah.
So but like they can, but that's also because of their locality.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
I imagine that there are branches other than the one in Jacob's Bell, but I got the feeling that Jacob's Bell was like definitely top 3
in the Americas. Sure, I wouldn't be surprised if there's still some areas in Europe where there's Duchamps kicking around.
French.
They better not be involved with that Italian fucking child abuse camp.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like the Duchamps vibe.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be quite their style, but you know.
Oh, not directly, but one of them could be married to the guy who owns it.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I'm not saying, I wouldn't think it's theirs, but like, you know, knowing that Grayson found out about it through the Duchamp network, like, sure, that could be possible.
Would not be surprising, no.
But my point, kind of leading off of that, was the Duchamps seem to not have changed very much at all. So, rip to that. But the Behaims are now like Ainsley, if this is Ainsley, which I'm kind of assuming it is.
Yeah.
She's like around the right age, and I don't think there's anyone else who matches her description. Did you guys also have a moment of is this Rose?
Yeah, for a little while, but
yeah,
like it's obviously not by the end of it, but it's a fun. Anyways, Ainsley, if this is Ainsley, is like stepping in to like try and think of solutions and organize people and come up with a way to solve the problems. the Behames have moved to Ottawa, which seems to have a pretty solid handle on their practice. Like, I don't know. We've had no evidence that they're like redeemed of some of the things that made them shit, but
Yeah.
they seem to be doing okay.
I mean, the leader of the family was Alistair, and he was very intentionally a part of Rose's plot to like tilt the wheel and instill change. So, like,
But
compared to the
Rose was an asshole who, yeah.
yeah, but like I guess like the Duchamps were just there; they were doing their own thing, and they got fucked over by everything that happened in Jacob's Spell. Whereas like the last three leaders of the Bahame family were actually involved in the plot to kind of try and change some stuff. So it would kind of make sense that they came out of it, and especially if Alistair is still in communication with Rose or whatever, like it does make sense that they would have come out of it more different than someone like the Duchamps.
That does make sense.
Yeah.
I had some hope for the Duchamps because of like Sandra
Yeah.
and Jeremy, and because of like Lola, but they were always a longer shot than the Behames, whose power structures the Thorburns had been taken apart for a while. This was a multi-generational plot to completely fuck up the Behames.
Yeah, that demonic taint is all up in there. Yeah.
Now Ainsley might be getting married to one of them.
Oh, I hope she's still dating Peter. Oh, actually, for her sake, I hope she's not. But for the fun, for the fairy fun sake, I hope she is.
Honestly, like they could both do worse.
Wow, harsh on Ainsley.
I mean, he's Peter's got redeeming qualities.
I mean, he's funny, but again, in the fairy sense. Like,
No, he's great. Don't talk shit about Peter. He's fine. As long as you point him in the right direction, anyway.
Yeah.
You're speaking to the room of people who have Peter in their at least top 3, maybe top 2, maybe top 1 packed characters.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. I love Peter, but Peter's one of those characters who I love to read about. I would not want to go grab a beer with.
Yeah, we love him from a distance.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I would want to be Peter's friend because I can get along with people like that. I don't think I would want him to. I don't think I would want to introduce him to any of my other friends.
No, and also like like a romantic or very close relationship with someone. Like, would you want him as a housemate? Would you want him?
I am not sure I would want to date Peter.
Yeah, because that's what we're talking about for poor Ainsley here.
Listen. Ainsley just needs someone she can come home to and complain about the coworkers about, and Peter is all about that shit.
That's fair.
If Peter is still dating Ainsley and is still kind of in this world, I guess, do you think that Peter has awakened?
No, I think he was really slotting well into his niche as a bit of a blackguard. By like especially by the end, like I'm thinking how important he was as like an aware / innocent in that final conflict. I think that role just sort of really suited where he was. I can see him sticking with it.
I agree. I actually, I'm a radical awakeningist, and I would usually err on the side of people awakening, or would rather people awaken more than the story does, I think. But yeah, I this is the one time where I'm like, I think Peter does all right as an aware.
Same with like I still have such serious concerns about Sheridan awakening as like a fellow sarcasm addict. I worry for her awakening, and I think she could do great as like some blackguard support thing for the Garricks or / Kellys rather than as would necessarily function as a practitioner.
No, I disagree with that. Like, I think that she's.
I mean, Verona was a habitual liar before the story started, and look how she's doing.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, like, I think that Sheridan, if she were Sheridan does not have enough oomph to really be an effective aware. Like, she'll just be directionless. If she awakens and she has something to work on, she has like a direction to go and like a new system to enthrall her, and like she gets to interact with magic. I feel like that's the way that you like get her. I feel like she needs that to kind of she needs a passion. She needs something that she can like actually throw herself into, and it needs to be like actually interacting with the magic. I think that would do a lot for her self-confidence. I think that watching everyone around her do the actual magic while just being a blackguard on the sideline, like obviously it's more of a risk for her to be.
Yeah. To be clear, my concerns are entirely around the inability to lie. Like the loss of her sarcasm. That's the thing that would like be for me. Like if I was Kelsey, being like, this is a 6-month project for you. Before I even consider letting you awaken, we need to deprogram you from sarcasm.
No, you don't. You just need to get more creative with it. Like sarcastic confessions are brilliant.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. Like you keep doing like practitioner speak or practitioner sarcasm, like Verona does. But there's the non-practitionary stuff that you need to deprogram her from.
It's just addiction. It's just addiction displacement. You just move it from one to the next. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm just saying you've got to take the time to do that before you awaken her.
Fair enough.
Also, but also like I don't know, finding is a versatile field. You know, you could do a lot of funky shit. Like, come on, what if you could alter rules of discourse a little bit, and you had to be just like clever with it. Like, get her to pay attention.
Yeah, and just completely undermine the rules just established at the Salt Moon.
Exactly. Like,
not a combat practitioner. It's fine.
There's a player character in my campaign who can who has a rule of discourse that she can click her tongue, reference a meme, and then click her tongue again. And as long as it's an accepted meme, it doesn't matter if it's a lie.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, that's good.
She's a finder, or she's done like ads and stuff, and that was one of the like things that she got from it. So she's like, "Look at all those chickens."
Amazing.
Actually, something I'd love to see them explore with Sheridan is like we still haven't really got much info on what it is like for Aware to run paths. We've seen people like Kelsey go through with Avery, but like, can you drop an Aware on a path and they complete it themselves? And like, what does that look like? Because presumably they don't really get the boons, but
I would say that they do. I mean,
you have done the journey.
I think they'd be nerfed.
Like,
but the same way Lucy and Verona get less powerful versions of the boons because they're not finders, I would expect an Aware to get like even weaker than a practitioner who's not a finder.
I guess it would depend on how they got onto the path, and like, because I could see an Aware that was like built around the paths, or that like stumbled onto a path, quote unquote, like by virtue of the universe.
Yeah, well, Alice in Wonderland style, basically.
Like, I could see them getting like even enhanced boons.
Sure, yeah.
But I also wonder about like, what the fuck is up with paths and dreams? Because like, do Aware like dream onto paths sometimes? Do innocents dream onto paths sometimes? To what extent is that like like, and can, if they get like very, very minor versions of the boons, can that happen?
This is too close to Pisces posting. I can't engage.
Yeah. Sorry.
And I'll admit, I'm kind of flagging a little because of hunger at this point. So.
Valid.
Yeah. Well, we don't really have an outro for the back to pack, but I think that was everything. So, yeah. Thanks again for coming on.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you all later.
Later.